F-flex on the beat. F-flex on the beat. F-flex on the beat.
Welcome to VCT EMEA Week 2. My name's Des. This is Ender. What a fine-looking gentleman. And we've got a little bit of a preview coming up for him for this show, Ender.
Yeah, this will be a fun one. We're actually going back in time just a little bit, watching Fireflux over against Supermassive from the Turkish scene. So before we get into our scheduled programming later today, we thought we'd check out some of the upcoming stars and some names you might recognize from previous.
And some of the names to recognize today. I can't wait to get into some because I've been sat backstage and Tom Biz has been going mental saying, you best talk about this player. We'll save that one for just a few minutes' time. But as I said, here's a nice little preview. We've, of course, only got, well, potentially 3 maps later on, assuming it goes the full distance. So a good way to add a little bit more spice to
We said give the people a little bit more Valorant. Everyone's here for Valorant. So are we. I know you're used to like the Siege lands, but we've stolen you.
This is bizarre. I walked in earlier and some guy that I knew was just like, what are you doing here? And I was like, I'm here to talk about Valorant, I guess.
The best part was that you connected not through Siege, but through like PUBG, which is crazy. Because I used to be a little bit of
I recognized you from 4 years ago.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Absolutely
Anyway,
crazy.
let's take a look at some rosters. Fireflux, first and foremost. They are up against Supermassive Blades in this game. So, 5 players. Sociable. We had a good talk about Seja Lurst earlier because we did not want to butcher it. Butcher Lurst, Yetuje, JJ, and Voot.
Yes.
As we heard in our pronunciation
And I have
guides.
been relentlessly hyped up on Voot. So this is actually Tom was telling me this is the future of the scene, only 17 years old, but so many Turkish fans are saying that he is the next up-and-coming star and expecting to see him in the T1 scene within a year 2 tops. So I'm very excited to see what he's got in store for us today.
Oh, massively excited as well. You know, even across other games, you always hear about the regions that are like absolutely mad with skill. It sounds like Woot's that player that, as you say, at only 17 years old, has got so much that he should be able to deliver. Let's take a look at Supermassive as well, the second roster for the day. Of course, it requires 2 teams to play a game of Valorant. This one made up of Steban, Izzy, Elite, Cyderex, and Burzy.
Yeah, Izzy, a name you might recognize previously from Supermassive, so another very talented player on that side. And the fact is, these teams have already actually played this match. We're hot dropping into a game 3 after 2 games already went into OT. So these are 2 teams that are also very evenly matched, good talent on both sides, ready to duke it out on Lotus.
It's just crazy that the series is so long as well. 2 overtime games. You go into the 3rd one on Lotus, one of the newer maps as well. You really get to see who's got that little bit of drive just to get it over the finish line.
Yeah, and I didn't cheat, right? I didn't go back and watch this. You watched this? No, you didn't watch it. You watched the first 2.
No. So I went on to, I went to look at some of the stats. That's what I went and looked at. I was like, I bet you know a little bit about this game coming into it. Roughly, how did it go? It is a screamer, I'll tell you that.
All right. Well, I'm excited for that one. You don't do any hacking into the mainframe, no futuristic knowledge. I don't want any of that.
No. I'm going to say nothing. Okay. Absolutely nothing. And I'm just gonna
so I get to solo cast. This is awesome. Whoa, boy. Oh, wait, you really mean... Oh, he really means it, guys. I don't know if I like
I could not leave him by himself for a solid hour or so. The man would go absolutely mental. Though you do strike me as the kind of guy that could have a good, solid conversation in a room by yourself for an hour.
Yeah, I just, basically, so I don't know how much LEC you watch or anything like this, but people just started
enough
calling
to know
me,
about you.
They started giving me like a new name. So it's like, I've got Blender, I've got Sender, I've got Bartender, and also Ender. So like, I could do a whole, like, I could do a one-man play up here if you really wanted to.
You're the kind of guy who could like do, this is a skit at some point, using different frames, different outfits, different accents, all by yourself.
I dig it. You know, I don't think I've ever said this on air before, but my dad actually does a one-man play. So I could, you know, follow in the footsteps.
It's in the family.
It runs in the family, guys. My mom, also an opera singer. So if the game starts stalling out, getting boring, anything like that, you better believe I could start busting out some tunes.
Well, if we come down to it and things do go horribly wrong at some point today, which of course I hope they do not, then I know exactly who our entertainer is going to be. But in we go then for our game between Fireflux and Papara Supermassive here on Lotus to, again, recap who won in this epic best-of-3 battle.
All right, and it's rare.
I know your mind.
Drop.
I already know your mind is racing through the agent selects here.
That's
as well.
very true. That's very true. I mean, the double smokes is not anything too surprising on Lotus. I think a lot of teams back at Lock-In were definitely fans of rocking with that. I do appreciate Supermassive's commitment to the Ghost. Everyone rocking one of those. With some early A main aggression here, it's just a little surprising to see Fireflux not really fight over that whatsoever. They're just ceding the space and going to rely on the Killjoy utility for information once Supermassive actually get onto the site.
Approach tree here as well, expecting someone to come peeking forward, but simply not the case. Marching their way forward, no one really looking to contest. It feels that Fireflux are expecting a B or a C hit here, but little do they realize that I think practically every member of Supermassive, outside of one, is over here towards A.
They've got 3 players on B that can rotate really quickly. Now, Baby Door just got broken down. And if Supermassive decide to split into B, they are going to walk into a meat grinder. They have no idea what's waiting for them.
This feels like the wrong call here as well, especially when A sits so bare and open. But of course, they don't know that at this point. They're staring down the barrel of a wall. In goes the march on forward, and this is where it might start getting really fiery. And
still a lot of options because they haven't committed whatsoever. Supermassive just waited out that harbor wall, 35 seconds on the clock, but still the 4 players from Fireflux are always going to be here to fight them on the site.
I mean, they're straight in here, and this is what I thought the play might have been about 20 seconds ago, but enough pressure shown in towards B to slightly scare the members of Fireflux, and finally they realize that A was indeed the push, and now we back away, spikes down.
Now this defensive Viper Roll is super good on the retake, right? It blocks off all of A main, all of tree. They can try to get on the spike really early.
I mean, at this point as well, they're halfway through already. This is where the push has to connect with Supermassive Blaze. Guys, hello? How'd they let that get away? How on earth does that come about?
Yeah, I just love when a round ends with defuse with 10 players alive. What is that? That's crazy. I mean, wild stuff.
You speak about the Realms of Siege where, you know, sometimes we come down to a 5v5, diffusers going down, we're like, whoa, what's going on? But to see a spike go down in a 5v5 and then also get diffused in a 5v5 and no one goes down, that's a new one.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of protection offered there from Harbor's blocky ball guy. I always forget what that's called, but, you know. It blocks off the damage. And also I think Supermassive just not the Cove. Exactly.
Yes,
see, you know your stuff. I think Supermassive maybe didn't respect the fact of that Viper Wall, right? Electing to play all players off-site was a little bit peculiar. And just didn't really have, without rifles, the ability to spam through that and get the damage down.
Well, here we go. B seems to be the hit this time, or at least linking across in towards C. Yep, that's absolutely the play. Using it as the short change to be able to push out down in towards A, or in towards C itself, sorry. One only holding on site here, and Fireflux, it feels a little bit behind the read. It feels in both of these rounds so far, have really let Supermassive push where they want to push, get the map control they need without too much response. You can still see 3 players holding on B, expecting a sudden turn and hit back towards B. It's a smart read, and so far the 2 that are on C have got a good hold.
Yeah, Fireflux playing to rotate very quickly off of B and not wanting to overextend, I think, with the rifle advantage here. It is also curious to see how Supermassive just want to time out as best they can every rotation of smokes and whatnot. And now with the Viper, they're going to contact their way in.
Just waiting for Jalais swing here as well. Surely the call comes through. Finds one for himself. Sprays in the box for the second. Easy 2K is sociable. Cleans up a 3K. It looked like Supermassive might have something going on, but Fireflux, they were ready. There was a line there I was ready to drop, which was they give no flux. But I was kind of half thinking, is it good to use? I think it was.
I mean, I think you hold on to that one for a little bit later.
Yeah, there's definitely more moments.
Like,
they
you
give no
could save
flux.
that, you know, it's so when they take the win and then that becomes the moment.
Yeah,
that'll go in all the highlight reels.
That is a good point. It is the game-winning call that you do want to catch in all the replays.
What people really don't realize is there's a special skill in casting where it's like not actually casting for the round of the game, but casting to make it to like the rollout at the end or the highlight, the hype video for the next week. And it's with lines like that it'll work.
It's when they come into like a big tournament, they've qualified for a big tournament, the whole hype trail leading in towards it. That's what you want.
Like here, I'll try one out. And Sturbin just sturbed all over him.
Find them again.
You can do it with any player's name as well as the best thing. He just jalurced it everywhere.
I like it. I like it. We need to save some of these. See, we're using all the best content too early now. We're jumping the gun.
Oh, it can be reused. Recycled content. Famous rule I got taught. Only 97% of people will see it the first time round, so there's a good audience still waiting to see it a second time.
All right. I like that. No one
3% deserve it.
Yeah, okay. Chat, you don't call us out, okay?
I will
Just
find you.
pretend like everything you hear is completely original, like this game hasn't been played before.
No. I mean, this play, this position, completely original. This Viper sequence into the fade, it's all completely original.
The fast rotates are always here for Fireflux, so it's wild.
Here we go as well. Yetajay's holding down the site. Down comes the Cove as well. That bulletproof barrier being broken pretty quick. But now they've got the smoke in the way as well. It's looking good this time round for Supermassive, who have found themselves in on 3. Only Woot left standing. We know that he's this 17-year-old gunner. But can he do it against 4? Something tells me no.
Gonna be tough there with the Spectre. 3 players trying to chase him down and guard against that angle. I wonder where's the rifle on site. It's a little bit challenging for him to reach towards. So his best bet is probably to work over towards tree first, but Izzy's there holding the angle. Not going to let that happen.
Yeah, good lang angle as well. Good read to the Spectre being on side there and just acknowledging, hey, playing close here, maybe not quite the best idea. I forget which game it was, but there was a game I watched a couple of weeks ago, actually, and maybe it was from Lock-In, where teams were getting real cheesy with stingers on close range. They'd like rush in like round 2, stingers in hand, down goes the spike, turn it around, and suddenly be like, hey, you guys want to push? You're literally 5 meters away. It's a free spray down. Spectre, a similar story. You got to be careful and respect those.
Yeah, if you like the stinger, you need to have a conversation with Lothar. He's
Oh,
on the
no.
desk later today. He's a big stinger
boy?
enjoyer. Yeah, he's always been a stinger boy.
A stinger enjoyer.
Yes, and I mean, honestly, I like it. I like it as a round 2 force option for a lot of teams. Now, I was tracking, and I was wondering how many teams are going to be rocking the light armor meta.
I think most were last week.
No, and I think it's absolutely the right call. But in this game, only 3 players actually on light, and I think it's because their money. You can see Jalur, Social B, Sturban on the opposite side. They only didn't go for heavy armor because they didn't actually have the money to do it. So these teams still in the ways of the past, I think, just a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those things I think we'll see slowly envelop the world unless at some point, right, step in and just say, right, I think it's nerf time. Let's forget about that. Let's see what more we can do to prohibit the amount of our light armors that come through, as it will be the go-to for the longest time, I imagine.
Slow play from Supermassive here, really taking their time. And again, this is such a unique way of playing defense here on Fireflux, where they just don't put anyone on A. So many times you'll see very aggressive forward fighting over towards A main, but they just are very comfortable with the alarm bot and the on the turret, deep on A, guarding away. And Supermassive haven't really looked for a fast hit or anything like this. They've just opened actually every door now, so Fireflux here, a lot going on. This will end up being a B split for them. Coming in through Baby Door, Cider finds the first, also the second with Izzy from behind, and Izzy wants a little bit more. Pushing towards spawn now. Jailurst, oh, he's gonna show his gun into the smoke. Wasn't expecting the CT push, and the site belongs to Supermassive.
Oh, we've seen this one before. A player from Fireflux standing alone against 3 or 4 players on the other side. Oh yeah, just in the very last round. As you say, I think this one feels like it's already done and dusted, unless Supermassive get a little bit cheeky here and isolate out a few 1v1s, which, by the looks of it, they are far too respectful to give that one way over to Sociable. So, 2-2, things pulled up pretty quick.
Izzy is a little bit on the hunt now, trying to find this operator.
Do they get it?
I think they might. Social B, is he going to guess right? Because he's like checking every angle for half a second. If he goes back to clear CT, he is not going to expect Izzy so close, but he still shuts him down.
Classic timing, that. I'm going to have to now start declaring VALORANT timing. Finds himself 2, looks for a third, but does finally get shut down. They take the op for themselves. You'll sacrifice 2 players in that scenario.
100%. Fireflux will not be in a position to be able to buy an operator heading into this 5th round. And looks like across the board, Supermassive going to be very happy. So again, this play, with all the sort of disinformation, I think, early on, from Supermassive, converting into this B split looked really nice from them. Again, because there isn't this forward fighting on any part of the map, I think this is something that Fireflux can try to attempt a lot more often, right? Where they can take control of Mao, take control of A main, pinch into B. Yes, there are a lot of players stacking on the B side, but when you have to worry about so many different angles being pinched down upon, Supermassive are going to be able to shoot people in the side of the heads like we saw Izzy get a couple of kills with the last round.
In fact, they forced him into this full save as well. The op maybe would have inspired a rifle or 2 to come out here, but instead, no, forcing them fully onto the back foot. And then attacking side of Supermassive now in a very commanding position, maybe here, and maybe even the next round as well going into it. But let's see how the push-in comes towards C. Again, a big group up towards B from Fireflux, keeping themselves pretty flexible, playing around the middle of the park, ready to move over towards A or C, depending on where this aggression comes from. And you can see it paying off here, because we're not seeing another full send in towards C, as we saw back in round 2. Instead, it's that rotate off towards A, and already you can see Fireflux getting ready for this push.
It's kind of comical watching how deliberate Supermassive are clearing everything out. It's the right way to play, but the fact is Fireflux are all sitting in their spawn. So none of this ends up mattering. 5 versus 5 on site. Very rare you see this right off the rip.
Timing on that one straight away. The Jets in pretty deep here as well, being followed up behind from Tree. They were playing this perfectly down to the T, coming in for the trades, but it simply hasn't gone the way they might want to. Down to a 2 versus 2. Definitely not the commanding entry that Supermassive were looking for, and this round could go either way.
So close here.
Oh,
Social B
the
comes
play,
around.
no!
No, he can't find a single knife there. Elite comes around the corner. And I mean, that should have been a simple round. Ended up being Fireflux giving them one good fight, but can't get it done to the end on Social B.
Sociable, he saw that TikTok clip in the making.
Why am I calling him Social B? What am I doing?
I mean, Social B's actually, when I first saw his name written down, I didn't say that to try and call you out either, but genuinely saw it first, and I was like, oh, Social B.
I went through all the names before this. Was like Sociable, Sociable, Sociable, and then
Social B.
I see the two big E's at the end, and I'm like, it has to be Social B. Oh man, I'm getting dizzy with the names.
Don't worry about it. Stings like a bee sometimes. Clearly not in that round, though. I mean, the two first kills were fantastic, but it was these next two. The two of them just lined up so well in such a tight space there, but just could not land onto either. Unfortunate. But it does give Supermassive that buy they were looking for, and now we have got a full buy coming up from Fireflux. They've got to see success in this round, or this could start getting real messy.
Yeah, Operator once again unsociable. And actually seeing some amount of fight towards a 4 players over in this area. They also committed the early harbor wall. Now they're actually running on forward, but they don't have control over that area, and Supermassive are just tearing them apart.
Ruined them to begin with as well, and this is even before we've even seen a hit towards the site. They wanted to go aggressive in trying to contest in towards the A main area, but so far have been completely shut out. I mentioned that we really had to see Fireflux come out strong in this round, otherwise the economy was in tatters. So far, all they've done is lose 3 members and only taken down Izzy on the other side. Dream start for Supermassive.
Yeah, this is tough. Sociable has to be able to find at least one to kick things off. That's just not going to be the case. The round completely expired. And also that op not in a position to be recovered whatsoever. I think this is sort of a weird round from Fireflux because they had the operator posted up down A, but then they also tried to like late run forward with Voot playing off of his own flashes without control. So there's just too many angles you can actually get shot from. I like an aggressive A main fight right off the start of the round, but after you've ceded control like that, I think that's asking a little bit too much.
I think we know exactly how this round's going to time out here as well. Again, probably the 3rd or 4th round that we've seen a member of Fireflux being stuck in this 1v3, 1v4 situation. Really starting to get the vibe already that this is going to turn into the half of Supermassive. Although, again, one classic thing I always used to say back in Siege is there are 2 halves to a game of VALORANT in this case. Things can change an awful lot once you see that half switch. Equally, things can snowball very quickly towards
That's also
32, 33. So
No.
it really can go that way, but it's more saying wait until you've seen a few rounds of that second half before you really pass too much judgment.
Yeah, I'm 100% in the camp of, like, even, like, people like to meme on the 9-3 curse. That's only an advantage of 6 rounds. Like, that's not a lot. Valorant's a really quick game with a lot of swinging back and forth, especially when teams are buying full armor, because I think the big difference between the light armor rifle every round strat versus going heavy armor is that when you play heavy armor, you have swing rounds, right? Where you invest 1 round, if you lose the next round, you cannot rebuy. So effectively, barring, you know, the odd eco that you're able to clutch away with, every round has the value of 2 rounds on it, or 1.8, 1.0, whatever you want to put on it with the added clutch factor of winning out eco rounds. But as opposed to that, when you play with light armor, you'd be lucky to have like 1 or 2 rounds in an entire half that you can't actually buy. That requires you to lose over and over and over, losing all of your rifles as well.
I remember checking out some of like Fnatic's games actually back when they were running this strat for the longest time, and you just see 20k round, 15k round, 20k round, and they would just consistently be able to buy at that level as a result. And again, you can see why so many teams, especially in VCT EMEA so far, and even across in NA, teams are looking and going, wait, that's the way to play this game. Let's go.
100%. I think it's something we're going to see.
We were having a good chat about Scream, weren't we? Running around with the Guardian.
With the Guardian,
to the body. You did a bit of quick maths backstage.
Yeah, the Guardian 65 to the body, so that is technically a 2-shot against the light armor. Maybe a reason to go for it. Sociable has the Guardian this round, but that's just going to be a bit of a hero buy on him.
I mean, he wasn't the hero earlier on with the ult. What can he do?
That was an aggressive voice. Who was that? Yeah. I'm not accustomed to the Turkish voices.
I was about to understand the Turkish version. It's the same, just a lot angrier.
But like, I also didn't recognize like the effect on the voice either, because a lot of times like Viper will have that sort of like smoky effect or like talking
through
through
a gas mask kind of vibe.
Yeah,
right?
exactly, exactly. That sounded like it could have maybe been her.
I mean, there are 2 of them in the game, so take your pick.
That's true.
You've got a 20% chance of being correct.
That's good odds.
But take those. I mean, you clearly are not a betting man.
Look, it's better odds than, say, Harbor. That's only 10%.
That's true. That's true. I wouldn't bet on that. That's a good point.
It's actually the highest odds you could have
in relativity to others, it is a good bet.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
I think Fireflux just like each other. Like, they're just holding hands the entire half, even when they have rifles.
Especially around like, B, they're like singing Kumbaya around it like it's some kind of ritual site, right? I mean, there's 5 of them on B, and they're planting on B. This is a bit of a slaughter. 3 kills going across the Supermassive, but somehow I really thought for a second we were starting to see a swing back for Fireflux, but this is the problem. Holding hands, like you say, all stacking 5 through a single bottleneck doorway. It's an easy mow down for Supermassive.
Yeah, it's crazy to see. So many times Fireflux have been there on the site hits, and Supermassive are just tearing them down as they work on in. Izzy's been good for 1 or 2 the majority of rounds, I think. That's been really impactful coming into the sites.
I do want to touch on Woot as well. I know he's a player that we were really bigging up coming into this. Currently sat at 2 and 6. Really, Social B. He's our man, stinging pretty bright here. 9 and 6 so far in the game. Top fragging alongside Izzy on the other. It's those 2 Jets really coming to the fore so far.
I think we can call him Social B when he's playing on B site. I think that's totally allowed. Social. I'm going to run with that.
Okay,
last round, that was acceptable.
Do we call him Social C when he's on C site?
No, we just go back to sociable. It's normal. Actually, you know what? It makes sense. Fireflux are just sociable. That's why they're hanging out together.
I see. We're really starting to form a team identity here.
Yeah, it makes sense.
A Viperal coming out here on A site, and the diffuser goes down. Spike, that's going to catch me so many times today. The spike goes down, sorry, and here we go. To see if there's going to be another crazy 5v5 diffuse coming in here, but it's not anticipated.
Intentionally getting detained to try and bait the players in?
I like it. I don't hate it, but it obviously means that he can't help out for a short time here as well. Here we come, and again we're getting the diffuse off. It's in a 3v3 this time, but it's still twice and again. There are a good chunk of the players left. And somehow they get away. That's 2 rounds of the ones they've won in this half have come from that style of play. Absolutely ludicrous.
I actually just can't. I actually can't with that round. Not again. I mean, I thought, like, I think Sturban going for the intentional lockdown hitting him there is interesting, but obviously wasn't able to get involved with any mollies or anything like this. Not necessarily his fault, because the rest of Supermassive are just playing so far off-site. If they plant A again, we need to see them take more forward positions, I think, or this is just going to keep happening.
It's like they get the spike down and then just think, okay, we can chill. There's no way they've run in to start. Is that the sound? Oh, no, that can't be that sound coming off so soon. No way.
And to be fair, that time, like, the lockdown was forcing them off of site, but that was just
But it came in so long
obnoxious.
after the lockdown as well as a thing, and I was like, it's like there's so much time here to still make a play, but it's almost like they've forgotten where they got the diffuse down and went spike down and went into a spot to come away with the diffuse.
Yeah, I think big part there not having Sturban's mollies. If it had been anyone else to sort of tank the lockdown, I mean, maybe Elite could have gotten in. I didn't see exactly what was going on with him. They'll use their own Killjoy ult to get this plant, but then let's check out how they actually play the post, because again, like, they're all playing behind this Viper wall, and that is very problematic. When there's a Viper wall, there's a Harbor Cove as well.
But you can't ignore how far back all of Fireflux were. They were obviously held at bay by the Killjoy ult lockdown. Now they're in a spot where they've got control of site again. This is where that challenge comes in.
Ooh, fighting through the wall here. Instantly traded out. Sociable has to find something popping out of the smoke, but Elite takes down 3. Yeah. Stay away from the A site. That was rough.
Drag him in towards the Viper pit here as well and try and make something work out. They're sitting first, but completely whiff every single shot. Then they get the pre-fire down on towards that spike, and finally, we will see the post-plant go the way of Supermassive.
Yeah, Fireflux trying to walk through their own utility right there, and man, unable to find anything. A rare case where on those retakes, they can't just go for the full diffuse. They tried to mix things up, go for the damage, but I actually think that would have been a good time. They were, of course, I think, trying to push through that because the Killjoy mollies were popped on the spike. So like, okay, let's play aggressive, see if we can find a couple of kills, but maybe a world in which they could have timed that out. I didn't know quite how much gas they had left on Jalurst, but that could have been an option. I think he'd used that wall pretty early on into the retake, so maybe it wasn't something that was actually tenable for them and they needed to fight forward there.
Speaking about being tenable, it's Sociable in this round, straight out there with the Jet ult on once again. We didn't do well in the early round with this ultimate, but it's always been the end product that has lacked. Speaking of end product, Jealous gets into a wonderful spot and gets the double spray down to combat the other way as well, so things are suddenly looking okay, but Sociable, no! Not like this. Taken now with the ult, still at 2 as well, it seemed. We're down to a 1 versus 3, a 1 versus nothing. Supermassive really cleaning up a couple of these rounds here, Ender.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all these poor buys from Fireflux that Supermassive are tearing them down with. That time, I actually liked seeing some kind of attempt to fight over Mount. I think this is something that is missing right now in the defensive half from Fireflux, is the lack of forward engagements. And once again, actually, maybe we do see them try to take some control over towards A main. We've got 3 players stacked up for Fireflux. they can work with. Voots, they're going to be using the Hawk, I believe, to get the initial control.
Just the economy of Supermassive that scares me here. They've got a 2-3 rounds work that they can make this work. It looks problematic. Here we go, spray down as well, straight to the wall. So much utility being stacked up, but it's not stopping the frags from going side to side here as well. Looks like for now, at least, Supermassive are going to find themselves slightly forced back. In fact, yep, the full rotate off towards C, and this is where the push comes through.
Still options to play with as the door opens and they convert back over into the B site. Now Voot's going to be able to tuck away over towards Baby Door. There's going to be 2 players ready to reinforce, and with the stall coming in from Killjoy, Izzy has to find something to open things up. And he does. He finds that first, trades out onto JJ. Izzy popping on down here. Will there be a challenge through this smoke? The flash sends Izzy in a spiral running over towards top site. Absolute madness. As the spike still has yet to be planted, the smoke comes down, Elite finds one, becomes a 1 versus 2. Voot now trying to spot out where's the spike gone. It's abandoned site entirely, and if he wants to get over to the C side, he has to open door and reveal his position.
All right, this time around it feels like even in this 1 versus 2, it is doable. It is that player we've been speaking about for so long, but they even bring out the Killjoy. They know what he's capable of, showing a little spot of respect here as well, but he's got, what, all of 5 seconds to find his 2 kills. Comes swinging in for the 1, but can't find his man. Elite gets the shutdown. 8 and 3 to Supermassive, and they are running away with this half.
It looks like Elite's crouch key got a little bit stuck there as well. A little bit awkward, but at the end of the day, nice stuff for Supermassive, continuing to cruise on through this attacking side. There's been nothing Fireflux have managed to do. Even the forward fighting there, all it was good for was a 1-for-1, and then Supermassive were playing the entire map. It's really nice to see this slower approach to their attacking side where they can scout out any early utility, any forward positions the defense tries to post up on. That was one of the first rounds they even attempted to, and now they try again over towards Mound.
Yeah, big read though as well, because they've had 4 players come over here now from Fireflux and stack up. Think again about the rotation we've seen around mid for the most part. That's where they played most of this game, and then look to move between A, between C. Here, at least to begin with, they started out on C, and now they've looked to move back away, much more towards that normal form.
Potentially able to cruise in towards A. Right, there's no Killjoy utility on that site. So they can actually just lurk on through. Nothing to give them away, apart from an awkward timing from Sociable. Sturban pops up the rope. No kill, instantly out from Sociable. But now they're aware of this A hit.
But are they aware of how many are pushing in here as well? Because at the looks of it, the rest of the team is playing catch-up a little bit. You've got the Fade hanging back a little bit further just to hold off on towards the flank, but the push is coming in. This is where all the utility starts getting dumped in. This is where the kills start coming in as well. In comes the Fade ulti, but is it enough to convert this into a round win?
Inside the smoke right here, Sociable's able to find one, a second and a third for Yedijay. And now the lockdown, wait, that's actually just the round over. Lockdown doesn't even matter. Huge round to close out the half.
Probably coming out a little bit late towards the end there, but they know that it's coming up towards the end of the half. What does it matter? So 8-4 to Supermassive. I think that 1 round coming back at the end there from Fireflux gives them a little bit more of a cushion to play with. We are avoiding that 9-3 curse.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the A hits had just a tragic win rate for Supermassive. I think they won 1 out of 4. And, well, Fireflux only won 4 rounds, so 3 of them coming in from the post-plant retake, and 2 with just the full defuse. So I think all things considered, Supermassive absolutely blew Fireflux out of the water in this first half, but this is where you get to see them on the attacking side, where you have to imagine they'll have more comfortability on this map, because it just seemed like they played a very passive defense, and that is not going to maintain if they want to have a chance here for them.
Even with the Fade ult raining over the top as well, still just in a position where they'd already found the kills, really, that it should have been helping them to find, but that's in the past. We now get this second half, and the power of foretelling. Oh man, I imagine this game could still yet be so close, Ender. Thinking again about those first 2.
Wait
now
a second.
I was like, please catch on to what I'm saying.
He knows, guys.
No, the first 2 maps, again, reminding, both of them went to overtime. So between these 2 teams, they are evenly matched, even though it feels like Supermassive were the ones away in the lead.
All right, Elite just casually going to find a shot through the smoke now. Fireflux looks like they maybe want to play a more forward position on site. Supermassive have 2 players coming in through Baby Door now. I think they actually had to reveal that position by busting that one out. So Yedijay's position could be absolutely huge, playing deep A main with the timing. But no, we can't find any of the shots. Now there's 2 players against him. How does he get both? That's not real.
it's as real as it happened before. You know what's got to modify it in the game here, Ender.
I think midway through his clip, he turned on cheats. He was like, the bullets are going everywhere, and then all of a sudden, head, it's over.
It's a little bit of a consolation kill for Steban as well, who I can't imagine can do a 1 versus 3 here. Surely not with the pistol, no. Fireflux start off with that pistol round win, and we know this can often lead to a round or 2 win. This could end up being an 8-7 if things go their way.
It definitely could. I mean, just having both pistols, such a boon after that dreadful defensive side. And I like what I'm seeing from them as well. So contrary to last half, where they actually went for just 5 Spectres, which is a defensive strat, right? On defense, it's harder to choose who's actually taking the fights because, you know, depending on which site they come to, you're just going to run into a situation where you're going to get, you know, you're going to have to fight regardless. Whereas this time on attack, they're actually rocking 4 rifles, 2 Bulldogs, so not the most expensive options, but all things considered, they want to fight into the 3rd round on top of this. I
mean, that's a play that we haven't seen out of Fireflux, in that first half, is this really aggressive taking of C main, where you think about the kind of 4-man stack we had on C previously, that was at least some motion towards it. Supermassive straight out the gate, they're looking to test it. Even now, 4 players thinking about going up B, maybe even trying to push deep. They're not going to bother. Instead, rotating back in towards A. I want to say here, the move has surely got to come in. There we go. They hear the spike going down, and now they know it's to try and push back in. But there's 4 of them all coming in through heaven. This could get pretty messy.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough because they also have no utility on this retake either. Elite's got the best shot with the Sheriff to try and accomplish something, but this may be a world where you just play to die to spike and stop Fireflux from stacking up ultimates. Because, right, like giving kills over to a Killjoy on attack is like really rough. Now Yeta J has 3 orbs, not enough to actually get into the next round, the 3rd round, and have an ult, which is I think the biggest round. If you on attack after winning the first couple can then also have a big ultimate like a lockdown heading into that 3rd round, that gives you a really realistic shot of winning that one through. So here you have it, Supermassive just going to die for the spike.
Stacking up real well here. Yeah, of course, want to get the full reset off on that one, which they shall find. But as mentioned, my only main concern here is that, sure, you might see a buy round coming out from Supermassive, but for Fireflux, they've closed that gap by 2 rounds. There's only 2 that now stand between these 2 teams.
And you might wonder, like, why do you there not just, like, fight it out? Because on the off chance you get a kill, that's nice. Maybe you get a little bit of extra money, you get an orb, whatever. But at the end of the day, trading neutral and orbs favors the team that's closer to having theirs, having their ultimates, right? Because getting those online is really important. So if you win the first 2 rounds, you will just have more orbs than your opponent because you got all those kills, you got the spike plant, Supermassive weren't able to defuse. So that is why Supermassive don't want to give any options over. They'd rather just play things a little bit more cautiously.
This is twice now. We've seen this come out of Izzy as well. Posting behind his boxes, trying to make use of the the wall that's coming in as well, straight out of the harbor. He's playing in behind enemy utility there and getting into a comfortable position. The only danger then being if they see you get in there, you are frankly screwed.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can dash out and have some situations if you're on the jet, but definitely trying to play trading angles there. I think on defense, on this map, you always want to be fighting either for mound or for A main control. You want to fight one of those extremities. Otherwise, you run into a lot of issues where you just don't really have the ability to play rotates through the doors later on. The attackers can actually use those against you.
Yeah, great use of the utility here as well as blocking out everything and trying to go in for the plant, but they fall off for a second as well because of the nano swarm. JJ's still taking a bit of damage from it. Back into default. This time around, it should get finished off. We're once again in that post-plant situation.
Hard to retake here. Not playing a comp with any flash or anything, neither side, or Fireflux is, but there you go.
Great read. Stebbing down already, 2 more off towards the right, but I'm not 100% sure that they're aware of this one as well. I think you got Sociable, was thinking about wrapping his way up top, but it's simply not going to happen. The 5v4 for Fireflux still stays that way, down to a 5v3, but there's a little bit of fight back coming in here from Supermassive, trying to fight in towards deep here as well. They'd almost started to find it, but there's only 1 left standing. It's another round towards Fireflux, and we're almost being pulled dead even.
Fantastic stuff from Fireflux. I mean, Supermassive not fighting them on A. They were playing over towards C. Fireflux read that, move over to A themselves, and play a really good retake, or play against the retake very well. I think it's important for Fireflux to play forward positions on the A site. We saw last half how Supermassive ran into issues when they were playing super deep, but even more so because Supermassive on their comp do not have flashes. It is so hard to actually get back on the site. So if you give them all that space for free, you're like, what are you doing, right? So I think the way Fireflux played that is absolutely the right way to go. And in future A plants, in C plants too, I don't want to see them play off-site towards mound with the majority of their players. I'd love to see them keep entrenched on site and sort of fight their way to the death as Supermassive tried to get back in there.
Obviously looking as well up and down the board. Woot has got himself off that 2-6 start that he had. Started to warm back into things, but really, we can't go anywhere without talking about Elite. 17-8 across those first 15 rounds.
He's owning. And like so many of these, I remember at least 2 3Ks that he's actually gotten. Like there's been a lot of like very high impact rounds. It's not even just that he's fragging every round. It's that he's getting really, really effective conversions and like oftentimes like kills that should be traded out instantly. He is just somehow snapping on and making it happen. And hey, it's a big reason why he's got lockdown all ready to go into this 4th round. Now, will they actually use it? More than likely, no. Unless they're able to find some openers, right? Because I think as soon as you get a numbers advantage, even if you are on the light buy, ultimates and Valorant are so powerful that you can try to use those to spin things around.
You talked a bit about it earlier as well. You know, win 2 or 3 rounds and things really start to snowball beyond that. It's that kind of stage again where win the first couple, start to roll the next with a couple of ultimates off the back of them before you know it, 4 rounds in a row. And it feels like Fireflux are on for that. Not remembering just 3 rounds ago, they were down 8-4.
Looks like Supermassive have adopted the buddy system. Hanging out over on this A site.
Holding hands, as you were describing earlier on.
Does he have his knife out? I'm pretty sure he does. He's just chilling in a hut. It's like, yeah, you guys will take care of him, right? He's like doing tricks. Actually, Cider's got some pretty sweet tricks there too with the Karambit.
There we go. Surely the read now starts to come through that they can start to hitting towards C here as well. I mean, what? There's 4 players from Supermassive off towards A. Everyone else, they were so close to going for a hit, but they've all backed away. It's playing Ring Around the Roses here, where B is the Roses.
Yeah, the thing is, they actually just don't know, right? Like, Fireflux have no clue where these Supermassive players are. It's been eerily quiet. It's been too quiet. They don't exactly know precisely what's going on. So now they fake over towards C and end up running straight into the A meat grinder. Unless they decide to split over towards B, because with the positioning of Yedijay, that is absolutely an option. I like this from them. No one really in range. Cider may with a chance to get a pop shot, but no. As soon as the Cove goes to block off Heaven, it's lights out here for Supermassive.
It's again so crazy that we can find ourselves in a spike going down without really anyone getting into a firefight to begin things off. But now, this is where things really do start to heat up. 4 players for Supermassive, sorry, 3, all grouped across mid here as well, looking to come in towards B site. And Woot might be in the perfect spot. If he swings right, he can find 3, but no! Only gets himself 2. Does get shut down, but the damage has been done. They've killed all 3 players, and it feels like here again, Fireflux should come away the victor.
Absolutely. Cider running out of bullets. Maybe he can get a kill on this side. Actually, no, Fireflux going to make quick work of that one. And so much of it comes down to smart post-plant play from Fireflux, right? Noticing, hey, there's a lockdown on the opposite side. B site is a really small area, so it makes sense, even on the eco, for Elite to go ahead and pop down that lockdown. You can already see he's 2 charged up over towards getting that one again. So that's why they had 3 players trying to fight towards CT, a couple players trying to fight over towards Baby Door as well. Smart play from them, and it leads to them winning out that round that they should have by all means had. But if they'd played defensive, if they played more passively, they would have run into a lot of issues.
Right, well, with all that said, all things have been pulled completely square. So for all intents and purposes, eco aside, they've got a reset. Obviously, Fireflux, after the last 4 round wins, have got themselves a slightly stronger economy here to carry across into the next couple of rounds. If they win this one, again, Supermassive are back in the doldrums, and that could be another 2 or 3 rounds going the way of Fireflux.
The doldrums. I like that.
Nice word, right?
Yeah. It's usually what I call being like low ranked.
Down in the doldrums.
Right. You know, people say like Elo Hell. I say the doldrums of ranked.
Do you say that or are you making it? You've heard me say
No,
it?
I actually do say that. Yeah. I picked it up from Mimi, to be fair, but I've stolen it.
I can imagine she's the kind of person that would say that. Down in the doldrums.
Somehow saying doldrums just sounds better out of her than it does me, though. I don't know.
By the utility. What sounds better, sorry?
Her saying doldrums.
Doldrums.
Just
It's
like
a
when
nice
she
word.
says it, it sounds better than when I say it, you know?
You know what 2 words I really like? Dulcet tones.
Dulcet
When you're talking
tones.
about someone speaks with
Yeah.
dulcet, the word dulcet is just beautiful. As of these kills, Supermassive actually here might be staging a bit of a comeback. From the back was Yetijay, but just gets domed by Izzy. And for a second I thought, oh, maybe it all starts to fall apart there in those next 2 or 3 seconds, but no, they hold on with that fantastic closing kill. Supermassive, they break the chain. Combo breaker, they're back in the game.
Da-na-na-na, combo breaker. Is that...
If there's a modern reboot of the game, then I'll get you to do it.
Okay, thanks. I'll do the voicing.
I'll hit the guy up and let him know, hey, there's this guy, here's his clip from this game of Fireflux versus Supermassive.
I feel like that didn't show my best foot forward. I could do it way better.
I bet you could. I mean, you are sat
Combo breaker.
See, that's pretty
Yeah.
good.
That's
I
all.
like it.
It's all
I
right.
even heard that echo behind me.
Yeah. It's nice being in an arena, isn't it?
It is. It's like the first time you cast an arena of any kind, and you're just like, how does it sound? You just say something really dumb and shout it really loud, so you hear it bounce around, and you're just like, whoa, this is far too much power for someone as young and mature as well, as you are. I'm now old.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Me
The
and
first
Loco on
time
the
I
wrong
ever
side of
cast,
30.
the first time I ever cast an arena, it was in Spain. I mean, apart from like a studio like LEC, it was in Spain, and Ibai was on the loudspeaker. So I just felt so inferior, you know, just like absolute
Spanish
like,
and Brazilian casters.
Yeah,
They do it different. Other breed.
They do it different. This is a wild post plant. Look at this reflank opportunity from Fireflux, because one has been dealt with, but Sociable, no one's prepared for this one.
Great little flank coming in as well, and now they've got to worry about it coming in from two directions. So instead, their option is to force in towards the site, but that puts them into some less than favorable situations. And now they're starting to lose out a couple of these firefights. Fireflux maybe back on for it here as well. If they can get the spray through, they do. Woot goes down, but there's an immediate trade. And when there's a trade, you're more than happy to play the one-for-one game when you've got the numbers advantage. This is going to be a round win here over towards Fireflux. Again, pulled completely square at 9 apiece.
Rest in peace, JJ. I really like these B hits from Fireflux. It seems like they're getting onto the site without too many casualties. And then in the post, like pushing towards CT. We saw it previously against Killjoy. That just seems to be how they want to play the B site. Because there's 4 different ways to get into B, right? 2 from CT, then 1 from main, 1 from Link. And you have to maintain control of at least 2 of those in the post plant. Otherwise, you are just getting flooded in, you're forced off site. You can't actually hold any forward positions without some kind of cover off of at least 2 of those entrances. So seeing them push towards, you know, Heaven CT multiple times in a row there, having the reflank options too, because even if Sociable wasn't able to get the first, there were so many other options.
Does he get the kill on the back of this as well? Though he's got to make use of the situation, but it's Stabbin to start popping off as well. 2 kills coming in. Fireflux already shut down at the start of their aggression here, and even better, they haven't got the spike under their control. This is brutal.
Bad news.
Because the smoke as well is perfect place as well, where they try and step through that doorway, they're immediately exposed to every angle imaginable. They're going to have to try and make something work here without the spike on side.
I didn't actually catch if the Viper Orb was also placed super far forward there, because if it is, then that is just like a permanent cycle of utility that you can't break through. Ooh, a little bit awkward, losing a player, all of a sudden giving Supermassive, or Fireflux rather, some more options, because now they could be coming in from virtually anywhere.
I mean, he's screwed here as well to spot it out, and he is gunned down there by Stabbin. This is looking exactly the way you'd expected it to go when they're still trying to have 1 or 2 players recover the spike here. Another one on the flank, though. Really, it's the Sky that I'm looking at. If Woot can come up big here on the backside and do some damage, then that is going to be unbelievable. Spots one, but now they know that he's here. They've got to be careful because they could get pushed in from 2 different angles here, and we all know how crossfires can go. They find Jailus, though. Woot's been in this 1v3 before and has not come out on top. I'm not expecting too much to change from this position. Okay. I mean, you see the first kill, and your heart goes, please don't do me like this.
Yeah, I saw the door open. I was like, yeah, who gets that kill every time? Like, you're not getting away from that one when you just broadcast your position towards a guy like that.
And then he just went crashing off this chair, by the way. I didn't realize it was at this angle, so I went to sit down on it and kind of sat on the ledge, and I was like, oh, God. Really straight off the side. I was trying to get comfy, man.
I wonder if there's ever been any, like, serious injuries while casting an esports
The best thing of it is, if there ever has been, they'll be on camera somewhere.
That's true. So
everything is televised.
So I haven't technically injured myself, but I have injured desks before. Over on the LEC, I literally broke a desk. So I like to do this thing. I'm sitting down on a seat now, but if there's no seat,
you don't jump?
I'm kind of no, I don't even do that. I just put like a leg up on the desk randomly because I would like want to lean over. Otherwise, you know, it's terrible for my posture.
Yeah.
And then they did this mod on the LEC desk where basically like the top of it, they like cut it out so they could put the monitors down inside the desk.
I thought you were about to say they specifically cut it out just so you could put your leg up on the desk.
No, they put it there for the monitors. And then I was like, in my infinite wisdom, I was like, oh, it still has the same structural integrity as a normal desk that's completely covered. Put my leg up, it goes into an insane moment, so I put extra pressure, it shatters. Yeah.
God, surely that has got an audio recording to go with it.
Oh, it's got audio, it's got video, and it didn't get me fined.
The real question is, which way did it go? Did everyone like break out laughing and that was the moment at the broadcast, or did they try and continue like nothing had happened?
No, we had to pretend nothing was happening because it was like an insane matchup, Fnatic versus G2. It was during a base race. It was absolutely ballistic.
It's great for impressions to be able to say it was so exciting you broke the desk, though.
Yeah, it's true. And actually, I stole that piece of the desk that broke. And then when I moved back to America, I took it with me. No one knows. Now the world knows, but
Nobody knows.
nobody knows.
Well, here we go. The push is coming through. This time around, rather than backing off after getting that harbor wall in towards that link in towards C, they've instead gone real hard in the push in here as well. Ult's coming out. Utility dump coming on through. Looking pretty good for Fireflux to have full command of the site here. And Supermassive have got to make this work.
Yeah, they have to be able to find Yetajay. That's big because now they can they have opportunities to flank with multiple players. This door is going to open as well, which puts Sociable in a miserable position, sort of caught out on his own.
Got to find his kills though. Gets one, smokes the angle, now can dip in around this and play around it as best he can. But had the right idea, there was a player coming through B door, but turns away at just the wrong second, turns on towards Izzy, and he's cleaning house here as well. They got JG off towards the other side, Sociable finally goes down, but it feels like Fireflux can hold on.
Yeah, the time running out. Nothing you can do here as Cider, so just going to save that Bulldog heading into the next.
I mean, they need it. Looking at the economy, it's in tatters.
Yeah, it is not a good position to be in. That being said, they can still buy with 2 players. I didn't check what Izzy's ultimate situation is going to be.
I'm feeling this.
Yeah, I did a little squat. I like it.
I mean, at this age, my knees are just like, stop. But we're going for it.
If only we could see the
Boots up.
orbs.
14 and 14 all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
he's doing good, especially on this attacking side.
Damn.
I mean, all of Fireflux are, right? I just think that they lacked the forward fighting on their defensive side. It wasn't even like individually they were faltering or anything. They were just put in these positions where they were having to play full retake or, you know, not getting any early sense of where Supermassive wanted to play.
Look at this aggressive push coming out from B, though, straight up towards mid. They were looking for a fight here, and they still are as well. But they do know about Yetajay tucked in towards the right here. No, they do not. They come in with one, but it's an instant response as well. It's a great force when you know you're so low down on rifle capability versus the other side. Get up close and take the fight to him.
It could have gone really poorly because there's a lot of different angles. You have to look both left and right, but Izzy was able to open that one up there with the knives, like we said. Now Sociable pushing towards CT. They love these pushes.
I love these flanks. So good. It's going to be a freebie for Sociable. Smokes off any potential swing as well and just backs away. Beautiful play.
If you're prepping this team and Sociable's alive, you know he's pushing your spawn.
You just know it's coming. 2 more kills coming in here. I think on the back of that flank alone, they removed enough pressure, knowing the only way they could come in was through the B link, and now they've got the absolute cleanup. There is one left standing, and just another wall for good measure. Fireflux should be able to pull ahead here. Beautiful. I'm really impressed by their attacks.
Yeah, I just think that, again, these deep CT pushes are working out super well for them, and in a situation like this, you can see, right, you have to clear both sides, so the fact that he was able to find one is impressive there for Izzy. But at the end of the day, you can't really keep funneling through that entrance.
It's kind of interesting because in the second half, it does feel like the defenses of Supermassive have been more aggressive. Think back to that first half. A good majority of Fireflux's play was, again, hovering around B and then adapting based on what came, whereas from Supermassive, they've started out with plans in a number of rounds. They've gone really aggressive in towards C main. They've pushed out really deep in towards A main and managed to get the spike down. They've played very differently, but then I think Fireflux's attacks have risen to the occasion and kept them incredibly competitive as well. It's just a great half of VALORANT.
Yeah, I think Supermassive has just like gotten unlucky, like guessing the wrong side of the map multiple times, right? That time they were trying to play over towards C, but it was a quick attempt over into the A site.
Hello? I mean, he's got out there with a dash as well. I don't think he was expecting him to be so close so fast. Now Sociable's holding towards the back. If he times this right.
How do I push CT? I must go forward.
Oh, he's just waiting because these walls, again, are so well placed here, but down they come, and this is where the fragging starts.
Oh, this lockdown. Sociable. I was wondering if he would gamble trying to get a kill or two right before that went down. Actually was still holding the angle regardless, so 5 versus 3, actually.
Can they pull this one back? I mean, they've got the numbers right. That's what you're looking for. Cider finding one for himself.
Oh, Yetajay's on the reflank as well. That's big.
These flanks every single time. Not that it seems to matter. Cider X, the last one left standing, staring down the barrel of 2 players pushing in as we have the ult set over the top from the Astra as well, trying to help out on this side, but it's simply working against them to some level as they don't have the full cover. Yetajay gets the kill. Fireflux up to 12 and 10, and after what felt like pretty much a car crash first half, they're looking like they're about to pull it back here, Ender.
You know what? I'm disappointed, though. I think that was a knife for Yetajay. He had no idea what was going down. That was a right stab in the back. He could have had it.
I love the motion. Stab in the back.
Yeah, look, all the right clicks in VALORANT are like really whack. I don't know. I feel like they wouldn't do much damage. Like with the karambit, you're just kind of like, you know? I know you can't actually see me doing that. Some of the people in the audience maybe can, but if you're online, you're like, what the hell is this guy talking about?
When we get towards the end of this, it comes back towards camera, we can use that minute of fill to
show off all the knife attempts. Yeah, I like it.
So memorize as many as
How
you
unlucky
can.
are Supermassive, though? They guess wrong every round.
But
They're doing the right thing, right? Playing forward for space. But Fireflux have just been dodging them.
again, it's that read. Oh, jealous! He's absolutely butchered them, decapitated, executed them where they stand, and that feels like it should be game done and dusted.
That is brutal.
Jesus.
Supermassive, they guess wrong again, but they try to commit to a fast flank as a different option. But people were ready, Fireflux were ready, and this one looks completely toasted.
It's such a genius read by Fireflux because you saw them be so passive over towards C. They didn't want to push aggressively and run into that aggressive close-range firefight that Supermassive were looking for because of the inferior economy they had. So they just waited to see where the play came from, and as soon as they hit it, that's their go sign to go in towards C. Such a good read towards Supermassive in this half, who, as you said, I think have played really well, come out with the right game plan, but simply cannot do it. Ironically, there is no number one here, I'm afraid, Elite. You guys should be going down here in a 5v2.
This is the rare no CT push from Sociable. But with numbers, they're going to make this one look easy.
Where's the flank, guys? Come on. Finds one. Looking in for the second, but doesn't know about the man towards his left. There's one left standing, and there we go. It's Sociable who really warmed into that game. They close things up 13 and 10. Really impressive VALORANT we've seen there, I think, Ender.
Yeah, I mean, Fireflux, just the turnaround on that attacking half. Got everything done. I mean, there was strong play on both sides. I think Elite had so many effective rounds on that Killjoy. Just at the end of the day, unfortunately, was unable to get it done. The amount of flanks that Fireflux went for, the post-plant play from them, fantastic all around.
Well, no flux given in that 13-10. Wins in the best of 3. I told you I'd bring it back later.
There you go.
on.
Well done.
It had to come out at some point. But again, really keen to see what goes on there. I know Woot was the player that we all came in speaking about as well, but again, Social B. Not really on B very often, it felt like, most of that game.
No, definitely not.
Was really shining. Really
He was
impressed by a
on
lot of what we've
point.
seen.
That's what he was on.
I'm feeling like there's a reference you're trying to make there that I'm not catching.
No, I was just saying he was on B, on point.
See,
he was playing really well.
It was so emphasized, and I was like,
no.
I'm not catching
Most
this.
of the time, I don't actually know what I'm saying. I'm just kind of saying words until they form a set. You know, it's like they say if you give like a monkey a typewriter, eventually they'll write Shakespeare. You know, that's me and my casting.
Is that actually a test that we've done?
I don't think it's a test, but it's just like the probability is like if you had infinite time, eventually the random assembly of words that they would form would be Shakespeare.
It would form a story. And
that's my analysis. I just keep talking until something is Shakespeare.
You know what my favorite word is in casting? Interesting.
What? Interesting.
Because it can mean it's genuinely interesting, or it can mean it's not, but we've got no nice words to say, so we'll say it's interesting. That was an interesting play. That was a really interesting round. You know, you could fit it in so many different
that was a
ways.
really interesting point, Des.
I don't know if he's mocking me or not here.
See, that's the beauty of it.
That's why
I
it's
love
such
it.
a good
I
word.
think you're onto something. You're onto something.
Yeah, I think if you listen enough, every caster says that word at some point. It's guaranteed.
Packed. We don't say interesting for the rest of the day.
That's hard, but I'll try and shake to it. Well, after that interesting series, we're going out towards a break. And we won't go anywhere, because in 2 minutes' time, we have got our pre-show getting underway. See you guys in just a few.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Dark Showers, yeah, the second. Oh, God, oh my God! Squad's two. Wait! I need to live.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
It starts with success. And success is about growing. Success is about overcoming your demons, about getting knocked down, and success comes when you get back up, time and time again. And nobody embodies success more than Jake Boaster Howley. Why does EMEA always talk about Fnatic? Why don't you let an old guy tell you exactly why this organization is always at the forefront when it comes to any game, any year, any meta? Because here in EMEA, in the VCT...
Shot. You have to stop.
What?
Insu already dead. The monologue last week.
Listen, Lothar. It's week 2 of the VCT, right? Fnatic, they're playing Heretics. Team Liquid and Carmine Core are going head-to-head. I mean, it's Nivera and Scream against their old organization.
Ryan? Was Ryan? Quick shot is mine.
Come on.
He thinks VCT is the LEC.
Oh, come on, Lothar.
I thought Yintu already did a monologue. I thought it was like 1 a month. I thought that was how...
I don't know what's going on over there, and Lothar, fine. If you're not going to let me have fun, you've got no sense of spectacle, let's just start the show.
I found Carmine Core's strat book.
First.
First. First.
Hello and welcome to the Coliseum from the Messe here in Berlin, Germany for week 2 of the VCT EMEA regular season. My name is Quickshot and I'm joining you all week long as your guest host along with Ryan Central and Lothar. It is loud in here. It's so good to see you again. It's been months.
This is the first time I've done a desk with an audience, like from doing it at home to then doing it in the studio with just us. So this is real special for me, and it's a great week to sort of see what happened in Super Week, what the fallout from that is.
It's so loud I didn't hear anything, so thank you, Quickshot. Well, listen, I'm going to ask you to think about something, because as it's week 2, we're going to see each of our teams playing one series over the course of the 3 days. I want to know how much we can learn from last week, what this does for expectations versus reality. While you think about that, let's take a look at some of the highlights from week 1.
It's got to have to be a hero play here. There's nothing else that will get them out of this position.
Aslan has found some space back through. This is starting to get dangerous. He takes the fight versus Durka, and it's all but over. BBL.
This victory will hit different, I swear. Start so. They're ready. The hero of today's show.
Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
A little later here, so we'll separate Heretics and sort of dig more forward immediately. The follow-through is there. Kiwi with the cleanup.
Oh, divine! Gorgeous shot from Kiwi. Oh, come on! Kiwi is destroying Heretics. Bollins just found Zeke. That looked unlosable.
TP from Saxo. How many can he get? It's 2.
They spent so much on to be. Now it comes down to control of
Saxo! Win another one! Maybe there's a chance. He runs out of time, has to get on the spike. Zipan is so low. Oh, it's Jordy! It's Jordy! No way! No freaking way! Did you think that this would be the outcome?
No.
Today?
I mean, not like this. There's absolutely no way.
Are you happy that you managed to close it out in that fashion?
I'm just happy, you know, like we have players like Tristan and Molsey, you know, like would just come up huge with the clutch.
There is a Twisted hiding out with a judge here. Twisted gets it. Flashed over, tries to spray through. 3 bullets remaining. Twisted! Again, Twisted. Good round, they're not checking it. He sees the one. That's the two! That's the second one! And that is the clutch by Twisted!
He's going to go up above, trying to euthanize himself. He lands and the second! What a play from Kushner! How has he got away with that?
Crazy performance, and it doesn't stop there. Kushner straight into the site. Taking down Boaster. Smokes are gone. Gonna be a tough retake if they keep losing players. What is that from Kushner? Wait, he got over the trip? He has no idea. He jumped it. Oh, take the fight right here, right now. Mosey doubles up the save. Has a piece of the pie of himself.
Sometimes you're at a loss of words because of something so incredible. It takes your breath away.
As a viewer, I absolutely loved all of the overtimes last week. I can imagine how hard it must have been. The standings on screen behind you right now, what do you make of the games that you saw, Ryan, and the team's performances?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is no surprise, really. Fnatic at the top, nice start for them after winning lock-in, really good result. But Team Vitality as well, they had a really tough Super Week. When you have Liquid and Nkoi, being able to come on top there looks really good for not only playoffs, but potentially Tokyo. I think the only surprise is maybe seeing Giants be 0-2, but that could be 0-3 this week.
Yeah, but also remember that both BBL and Giants actually did at least win one map. So it's like 0-2, but they had been showing some fights in the previous week, and in general, it's a lot of data that now the teams can actually learn from.
That is the best thing, because that's my key focus for these next 3 days, is how much does last week's performances impact the expectations, and as well as the rankings, the power rankings, who's going to be able to stand out from the crowd. So with that in mind, I decided to put together a small game here called Hot or Not. I'm going to ask my analysts to judge a statement or something that I've cooked up from backstage, and I'm going to come to Lothar for this one.
Okay.
Fnatic, hot or not?
Oh, definitely hot. Scalding hot, I would even say. Although the second match wasn't maybe the best, but I'm, you know, it's not a surprise that they're coming off hot.
I saw some fan sentiment that after that second series, they were in the not category. Do you think that's too soon, too early?
Well, you know, they were also playing with their sub, right? So that's something that we have to think about as well.
Okay, so they went 2-0 with the sub, not too bad. All right, next, Ryan. Gecko, hot or not?
Ooh, I think hot. I feel like him as an agent has gone over my expectations. I kind of thought he'd be similar to what Reina is, like really sort of good in ranked play, but once you get to the pro scene where that combination of utility comes in, he's going to be outshined by KO, Sky. But so far, the popularity is good, the win rate's decent. I guess just the problem is how one-dimensional is it? Teams seem to be able to read it, killing the wingman before you can put the plant down, that kind of stuff.
Ryan, I'll tell you right now, the production team decided that Gecko was a not, because they didn't give us the graphic on that one. Pretty clear. We'll have to find out whether or not Gecko can improve this week. This one's going to go to, let's go Lothar.
Okay.
What do you think of Ender's wardrobe?
Oh.
Hot or not?
I would say hot, because otherwise I would be shooting myself as well, you know, by a ricochet.
I wonder, I'm going to do something. Berlin, Messe, is Ender's wardrobe hot? I thought so. They voted for me.
That's radio silent.
Of course it is. I took a gamble, it worked out. Okay, Ryan, next one. Team Liquid, hot or not?
Ooh. I think they've had a bit of a tough start. I think, first of all, Team Secret were a great team and Lock-In to lose, but they have started to get better and better. They have some maps that are really going for them. And again, tough schedule. Their first game is against Vitality. You would expect them to maybe do a little bit stronger overall, but I hope it's hot because they do need to sort of strive. They have everything going for them. They need to make this team work, I think.
The problem with Liquid, if they ever become too hot, they will evaporate.
Oh, I like that one. Ender, just quickly.
I got more cheers than Ender's wardrobe.
Quickly, this is a little bit off script. We didn't plan this one. Ender's fit check, just by the way, will be able to post. Thank you. Get off my stage. We need to carry on with the show. The final one that I have for Hot or Not is going to be double controller meta.
I mean, I like Harbor, but it's scary to see him paired up with the Viper doing so much work. Also, teams are starting to run Omen on Icebox along with the Viper, so it's oppressive. I'm going to say not as a controller player. I don't want to see those agents get nerfed again, because then nobody will want to play him in ranked, and then I have to do it all the time.
Okay, well, listen, I want to know on Twitter what your thoughts are, whether or not anything that you've seen or heard or expect to be hot or not, hashtag VCT EMEA. We'll track those and see if we can check back in throughout the days. Now, talking about meta, talking about controllers, talking about some of the agents that we have seen, License to Killjoy. Lothar, go on.
That's actually a segment that I prepared, and it's, you know, all about the picks of these agents that we have currently in the game. And I called it License to Killjoy because I anticipated that Killjoy would be the most picked agent. So, the thing is...
One thing, just to quickly update with you, unfortunately, we are having a little bit of trouble with our graphics machine, as you may have seen. So as they try to work on that, set up what we're going to look at when we do eventually get it on the screen.
So, my anticipation was that Killjoy, because of the nerf of Chamber, is going to overtake the meta game when it comes to the most picked agent. And that was the thing that was going, you know, when I was calling the segment I was thinking about. The reality is a little bit different, but not far off. So the first most picked agent is actually Jet with 50% in EMEA. Next one is Killjoy with 48, but Ryan, I think you remember...
Well, pause. Hold the conversation. I am hearing we're not going to be able to get it up here. We'll try to get it later on in the show. For now, let's head into the pre-match for Vitality versus Foot.
Hello, it's Salah, head coach of Team Vitality VALORANT. It's currently the 26th of March, and we are in sunny Berlin practicing and getting ready for the inaugural season of VCT League. I think for us, Lock-In was an amazing experience overall as a team, as humans, as, you know, individuals, everything. I think in every regard, I think it was an amazing experience. I'm happy we got to have it. I think, you know, purely from the outside of the game part, it was amazing to see, right? Like we had an amazing vibe within the team. I think it was even, you know, noticed outside the team. I think we had so much fun all the time. We were there for each other, even the hard parts, the good parts. We were always there for each other, and I think that was amazing, right? I think in terms of in-game stuff, it was really good as well. I think for us, you know, being such a new team and being such a fresh team, this kind of experience we need to get. We need to be able to feel these moments rather than, you know, going in and just guessing. So I think being in front of that crowd against Leviathan, for example, is an experience, you know, it's hard to get that before you start the season, before you start the real league, right? So I think it was super good. I think the improvements we've made since Brazil has been amazing. You know, being able to take that loss and learn from it and, you know, fix the correct things and correct the course has been really good. I think all the boys have, you know, we talk about a lot how we've improved a lot, and after every tournament we keep improving, and I think we're getting very close to being able to take that next step and being able to be the team that we know we can be. Right now, our biggest, you know, focus has been on our fundamentals as a team and as humans, right? And I think our confidence and, you know, overall mood of the team is extremely good because of that. I think we all know and we all see how we can get better, and we all believe in the path, in the steps we're taking, in the path we're on, in terms of becoming the Team Vitality team that we want to be. So I think our overall goal is going to, of course, be going for that top 3. We want to be at all the lands. We want to be competing constantly and be that team that, you know, everyone has to fear and everyone has to respect. So I think overall we're on the right track right now. I think we need to just keep doing what we're doing, keep fixing our problems, keep solving our issues, keep, you know, improving day by day as we are right now, and should be a beautiful season, guys.
And welcome to the Analyst Desk. Apologies about ending that last little Killjoy segment early. With some luck, we'll get to it later in the show. We definitely want to dive deeper into the agents, the meta, and what the priorities are after what we saw in week 1. Before we do that, though, let's talk about the match at hand. Vitality taking on Foot. When I look at Vitality, a little bit of a surprise from week 1, impressing, surpassing expectations. I think, though, you do have to talk about the coaching staff, the support staff behind the scenes. These guys have a lot of respect, and I want to know, do you think they have the power, the influence, the potential to build this Vitality into a powerhouse?
I mean, the start is great for them, but even like we just heard from Salah there a year ago, he was like on Fireflux, I think, at that point, like working in like the Turkish scene to sort of build up. Then he goes over to OG London United, and that's where a good core of this Vitality team comes from. The expectations on these players was always surpassing what people were really expecting them to do. But now with the backing of an org like Vitality that has been super bullish about being in Valorant in the first place, they don't have any excuses now. They have got a good run of form. They can really perform when it matters. But now there's no, oh, these are tier 1.5, tier 2 players. Like, they're at the top level. They're representing Vitality, right? And a 2-0 start is good for them. But I think when we get to, like, versus Footballist, you expect them to do that as well.
Yeah, but with all that said, that you just explained, I still feel like viewers kind of underappreciate the team in general, because it feels like they have no big names that were coming from the past in the 3 years that were not showing on the big majors and so on. So there's, like, still underappreciation of the team, even though there's a steady progress coming from the last year and last season when they were just becoming this powerhouse of really good fundamental play and good teamwork.
So I want to jump in on that, because the last time I did appear on a Valorant broadcast was for the LCQ, when many of the players and the people behind the scenes for this roster were OG London United. They surprised. Then the discussion, the talking points, the underdogs, the unexpected performances were there. I want to show you some of the clips that Vitality put together from last week's games. Keep in mind the opponents they're taking down. And as we watch these clips play out, Lothar, could Vitality grow to be the second best team in EMEA?
I don't want to say yes or no, like, decisively, but I do hope so, because that steady progress that they're showing, it's something that every single team should strive for. That's the motivation to even compete, right? You want to become better and better, and sometimes, you know, in our region, like, the best team is ahead of the game by a lot, but I do think that Vitality is the team that can get behind Fnatic very fast.
if you look at like the other teams as well, like I think with that question, I compartmentalize it as, can Vitality beat Na'Vi? And I think at the moment they definitely can. Like Fnatic might be a bit of a stretch, but they have the possibility to do it. I think for me, it's kind of more like if this Vitality team could push on and build upon what they've had, they've already beaten Liquid. And the expectations, I think, of Vitality, if they don't make playoffs at Tokyo, people will be like, oh, that's fair. But if it's Team Liquid that don't make it, there's so much pressure on them because if the Nats, the Red Guard are safe, it's more clout on that team, therefore more pressure.
I mean, of course, the expectations then can have an influence on both the pressure, the things these players and the teams have to deal with. Maybe being a little bit of the underdog, maybe flying under the radar could help them out a little bit. I think they are the favorites today against Foot. Before we turn our attention to them, though, I believe it's time to get some air miles. Why don't you head over to the telestrator and set us up? What on earth is Ryan's Central Air?
So I'll tell you what I've been doing in the off-season. I've taken all of the money making YouTube videos, 8 minutes talking about skins. I don't know how I managed it, but here we are. I've taken all that money and I've invested it into air travel now that we're sort of back to traveling the world and stuff. Ryan's Central Air, don't mistake it for the other airline that has a similar name. I did kind of want to look at some 7 holiday destinations now that we're in the Easter holidays and talk about what teams in EMEA, where they like to go and which are in the no-fly list. So we'll start with the oldest map in the game. We'll start with Haven. Popular destination, and just to be clear, there are a couple of occasions where, for example, teams that have banned it are Vitality, Koi, Giants, but this is their main picks and bans. So more than once, they're leading ones. For example, Fnatic picked it 4 times, played it a lot at lock-in, and was one of the main reasons actually why they ended up winning the event, because they're currently 4-0 on it. For Na'Vi, banned it out quite a lot, but did actually play it at lock-in versus Fnatic even. Unfortunately, lost it that time. It is Na'Vi. They are always typically very comfortable playing any map in the game, so maybe they're hiding some strategies, saving it for a bit later. But we'll move on over to Split. One of the more popular maps, and obviously it's based in Japan, which is where some of these players are hoping to go with Masters Tokyo rolling around. And you'll be pleased to know that no team is banning this map out. The only team that did was Koi back in lock-in, where they played up against NRG, which might have been the case that they were just trying to work stuff out. It was still a pretty early squad and maybe didn't want to show anything just yet. For picks, not really the best form for either of these two teams. Giants, they're 0-2 on their map pick of Split, and Carmine Core, well, we saw the Heretics game last week and how roughly that ended, so maybe we're going to start to see Carmine move somewhere else in the world, but I'm not quite sure where just yet. We move over to Ascent, Italy, and it's kind of hard to land a plane here, to be honest, because it is a flying piece of rock, so very difficult. But the popularity makes no surprise. BBL picked it twice and actually had some really good results, beating DRX and also beating Fnatic 2-0. It makes sense. Turkish teams on Ascent are actually kind of scary, especially when there's no ping because we're on LAN. For Carmine, this is their main ban, which can be really scary for teams because if you know that you're playing up against Carmine, they're banning this where teams typically like to play Ascent. It's very straightforward for them to do. It can be very exploitable for them overall. I just noticed as well that the planes are still in it, which is a nice touch. But now we move over to Icebox. And this is an interesting one because nobody's really picking it or banning it all that much yet. Fnatic have started to pick it, but of course, like I mentioned, Haven was their main choice overall. Na'Vi, Giants, BBL, Team Heretics all had a choice pick of this map now and again, but nobody's really stuck to it all that much. When it comes to bans, Na'Vi, Team Heretics, who have picked it, have also banned it, as well as Team Liquid also. So Icebox, nobody's really leaning towards it, but it seems that everybody is pretty happy to play it for the most part. But what about Fracture? I don't think this is too much of a surprise. The least picked map so far on most banned, and all of these teams, Giants, BBL, Footballist, Heretics, all banning it out a considerable amount. The only team that's picking it is Team Liquid. Good result against Vitality last week, was it 13-3? But they did lose against Team Secret in lock-in, so yeah. A couple of struggles there, but there's only one team at the moment that's really gunning to play on this map, and that's Liquid. And that leaves us with Pearl. Actually, we have 2 maps left. I just wanted to skip over Pearl because I'm sick of seeing those B-site retakes. And a lot of teams are the same. Nobody's picking it as of right now. There are a couple of occasions where we're seeing pretty much nobody pick it consistently. Vitality used to, and then they started losing on it, and now it's become their main ban alongside Fnatic, who are refusing to play it in every series that they get. Again, maybe they're working on something at the moment, or maybe they just don't want to deal with the Harbor Viper meta that's going on at the moment. Now that leaves us with the final map of Lotus, which you'll be happy to know, nobody's banning it. Everybody seems happy to play it, but the most popular maps for Na'Vi and Footballist is this one, especially for Esports. 4-0 with some nice wins that we're going to highlight over when we go back to the desk, because of course we're about to see them against Vitality, and you kind of expect, guys, right, that we see the Lotus picked here today.
I mean, you would assume so, but when I take a look at the win-loss over the last 3 months, 2-0 on the map there for Vitality, 4-0 for Foot. We'll talk about the team now in a moment. You'll see the players on your screen, but how uphill of a battle is this? How likely is it they'll get their hands onto that Lotus? And what are your expectations for how well or what Foot have to do in order to take down Vitality today, Lothar?
There's a very also visible stark contrast in playstyles when it comes to those two teams, which is something that teams might actually lean on. So when it comes to Foot, we have which is very anti-characteristic of a Turkish team, by the way. Low frag in the early game before an execute situation. So they're not really looking into gunfights early on, while we have seen a completely different playstyle from Vitality, who are actually making a lot of frags before doing an execute as well. So the win condition for Foot right now, I would say, is anticipating Vitality making the first move and trying to counter them by being a little bit more patient.
Yeah, I also think that, like, for Vitality, Bone Cold is the way that he called on Ascend as well when he was on that squad. Very fluid, like, oh, we got to kill over towards the seaside. We're all just going to move over there, screw what we were planning to do before. We found an in. So they're going to try and be adaptable and fluid around the map. Whereas, like you said, yeah, like footballers, I think their best map has been Lotus with how they position and how they try and fake stuff around with the Neon, with the KO knife, with smokes. But every other map, it feels like they are kind of like deathballing a little bit. Like, everybody group up in A main and we'll just execute. But with the sort of control that these teams have around the map, they not only read where Foot Esports want to go when they're attacking, but also shut it down pretty nicely. And it's hard for them to really find an opening because, like you said, they're just going for executes and not really trying to get a kill and feel it out.
Yeah, remember also that Lotus is a very specific map when it comes to the design of it. So there's almost impossible to plant in the first 15 seconds while going to the A side. Even when you have a Neon, you can't really expect that because the map is just too big on that part, you know, and you have to go in like steps, baby steps. The same happens on C. And the only thing that you can do fast is the B side. So the map kinda forces Foot to play in a different way than they played last year on other maps.
The thing I'm going to be very interested to see is whether or not that Lotus makes it through that map veto phase. What Vitality are going to be preparing for their opponents, for their opposition. Can they keep that streak alive? I think in my mind, when I do look at this squad, based on the results last week, for Vitality, this is a series that I don't only kind of want to see them win, you almost want to see them dominate or crush a little bit just based on 2 series from week 1.
Yeah. I also think it's like, if Vitality, even if they don't win, if Lotus comes up, which we assume it will, just because that's been the perma pick of Lotus so far, and it's a map that Vitality are happy to play. Even if Vitality make it competitive, they don't even need to win it. But if they can actually try and beat this team on a map where they've beaten like 100 Thieves, for example, Team Liquid last week, there's a bit more of an element, I suppose, for Vitality to just look consistent on maps. Like I said over there, they were wanting to play Pearl at lock-in, then they kept losing it, so now they're trying to pick other maps, right? They don't have a fortress to call their own.
Well, listen, we're going to get a map veto in just a moment. I have heard that Foot have put together a tier list of the VCT teams themselves. I wonder where they've ranked Vitality.
Selam arkadaşlar. Bugün Krax kardeşimle beraber tier list yapacağız. Takımları gücüne göre sıralayacağız. Üstten mi başlayalım? Üstten başlayalım bence.
Üstten başlayalım. O zaman hiç şeye gerek
en güçlüden güçsüze doğru inelim.
Aynen, tamam öyle yapalım. Şimdi tamam, o zaman S-tier'den başlayalım direkt. Tek gitmekten daha mantıklı.
Fanatik'i ben koyarım direkt
Fanatik zaten
Adamlar
Fanatik
şampiyon oldu.
Artı yani burada en mantıklısı bence
yani,
Navi.
Bence de Navi. Ben direkt onu koyarım bu arada ilk iki.
Direkt ilk 2
Fanatik,
kafadan Navi.
S-tier, Angel babam severim.
Başka bir şey bence budur. Şimdi A tier'de bence normalde Lokin'de hiçbir şey yapamadılar. Şu an kötü bir takım profili çiziyor Liquid ama ben birbirlerine alıştıklarında daha iyi oynayacaklarını düşünüyorum.
Bireysel olarak hepsinin yani gücü yüksek.
Evet, o
ama
yüzden
bu turnuvada yani ya bir Redgar yoktu ilk başlarda. Onun için alışamadılar yüksek ihtimalle. Bir şanssızlıkla yenildiklerini düşünüyorum.
Aynen.
Ama çok çabuk toparlayacaklarını düşünüyorum.
Ben de bu en azından Berlin'e kadar kendilerine gelip bir şeyler yapabileceklerine inanıyorum. O yüzden ben Liquid'i A'ya koymak istiyorum yani o yüzden.
Yani Liquid A'ya konur. İlk maçtan kaybetseler de toparlarlar diye düşünüyorum.
Bence de toparlayacaklar.
Şimdi burada
yani bundan sonrası işte işler çok kızışıyor.
Ben Liquid'e kafa tutacak burada bir Foot görüyorum ben.
Evet, bir Foot oradan
burada kafaya anladın mı? Buradan
diye.
Tokyo'ya bileti alacak bir çar belli.
O zaman hiç düşünmeden ben koydum
oraya.
burayı hiç düşünmüyorum bile bunu. Şimdi oradan Regi'den bize bir her kutucuya 2 tane takım dedikleri için maalesef ki
Evet.
ortalığı kızıştırdığı için
Ki doğru.
ben buraya
Kanka
çok
şimdi
bir şey demeden
spesifik düşünmeyelim. Ben buraya benim düşüncem, şahsi fikrim
evet.
ve as bayrakları nerede? Türk gücünü savunaraktan B tier'e Vitality ile BBL diyorum.
Ben BBL'i kesin koydum zaten de. Bence de buradaki diğer takımlar arasından Vitality bir tık daha üst bence.
İyi düşünüyorum açıkçası.
Vitality
B tier'de de BBL'e Vitality koyalım.
Vitality kesin iyi.
Şimdi
Tamam, Giants'ı koyalım. Ben de büyük ihtimalle Giants taraftarı olabilirim. Açık konuşmak gerekirse benim görüşüm Karmine Corp
değil mi? Oğlum biz niye aynı kafadaymıştık zaten.
Hayır, direkt yani Karmine Corp'u koyarım buraya. Büyük ihtimalle liste bu şekilde biter. Aynen.
Best tier, Fnatic, Navi.
Bizi bekle Berlin. Tamam. Bu kadar. Başka bir şey yok. Bizim tier list tercihlerimiz bu şekilde. İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Berlin'de bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın.
I cannot wait to see how that tier list impacts the team and what the fan response will be. What I will say very quickly, I must apologize on behalf of some of the technical issues that we are experiencing. That graphic system of ours is still having a few ghosts in the system. So what that means is I'm going to read off to you what the map veto is before we walk the players out and get straight into agent select. So, Foot banned Fracture, Vitality banned Pearl, then Foot picked Lotus, and Vitality picked Haven. I'm going to take a quick stop down, get Ryan and Lothar to chime in on what do you make of that so far?
I think the picks, well, the bans first and foremost are pretty much as expected, right? It's what Foot have not wanted to play at all is Fracture, and Vitality had a brief stint with trying to play Pearl. It didn't go well at Lock-in, and so they've been committed to not include that. But I think the picks, Lothar, like Lotus as expected, I guess Haven for Vitality as well.
Yeah, it's not surprising that we see Vitality pick Haven. We didn't see Foot play Haven at all, so that's one of the surprises when it comes to the compositions that we're going to have as a second map. But the first one, Lotus, as we expected it, right? We have been talking about a little bit about it, like how it was being played before as well. I'm wondering if Foot will actually play with Sage or Viper on this map, because we have seen both variations of the composition
We are going to find out in just a moment. As we're about to get to the walk-ons, the last bans were Split and Ascent. The decider will be Icebox. It is time to meet the teams as Vitality and Foot take to the stage. And no, my time is not there just yet. I swear to you,
don't tease us like
Pansy and
that.
Hypoc are not in the building, so it's not their fault that the graphics machine is broken down. I think I've just brought a little bit of bad luck with me today. So, Icebox, you had a surprised reaction. While I'm waiting for producers to give me an update, why is that surprising?
Well, we didn't see Icebox from both of those teams yet, right? We have seen also ban Icebox in the past. In the past 2 matches, they had been banning Pearl and Icebox and Fracture and Split, actually, right?
I mean, when I look at the last 3 months, by the way, the only map that I see on Icebox here is on the side of Foot. It was also a defeat. It was a loss. That's not something that we've seen these teams play a lot. Now, to be fair, there's not too many maps in the last 3 months that I'm referencing. But then in terms of the approach, in terms of now, as we're going to meet with the players, maybe setting up for agent select comps, do you think we're going to see a double controller? Do you think Killjoy is going to be rising in priority? What do you anticipate on that side?
I think it's interesting for Foot because they had such a rapid style that worked so well for them initially, but then, like you mentioned, they moved away from the Sage, brought in that Viper, which is what a lot of teams are currently doing at the moment. Like Liquid, for example, were playing it, and obviously like Fnatic minus the Neon. So there is like an element of like Foot constantly trying to improve on this and build up on it.
Well, we're going to find out. I have heard that the players are now ready to walk on stage. Let's get into our first series of Week 2 in the VCT EMEA region.
Team Vitality. Foot Esports.
Trying to push to the top of the pack, think that I'd stop, yeah, I'll never that. Trying to get to the top of my game, I don't want to hear no talk from names. I don't want to do it if there's not no gain. Them man are lacking cause them man don't train. Hey, I can't accept one loss, trying to be something I'm not. Trying to push to
And welcome back to the analyst desk as the players take their seats and get themselves ready for Agent Select. Remind everybody, Team Vitality coming into this one 2-0. Foot, on the other hand, 1-1. But the surprise being how Vitality looked against their opponents last week. Map 1 will be Lotus. No big surprise. So Ryan Central Air, where are we taking off? And what would you like to see, or what might you be expecting in terms of this Agent Select?
With Vitality happy to come here, a fortress for FUT Esports. They're going to be defending first of Vitality, so they're expecting a lot of aggression, I think, on this attacking side. Just the impact of this utility once they eventually go for those executes. Like you mentioned earlier, Lofa, like it's a little bit like slower than we typically see. But the one thing I wanted to mention, we've seen FUT on Lotus plant the spike 28 times total. They've only lost 3 retakes. That's a crazy record for such little like sample size that we've got so far. So it's a case of maybe stopping that plant going down for Vitality on their defense.
But also remember that this playing without a breach on this map. So it's like, it's kind of hard for them to make effective, like let's say choke points just blocked by the composition, right? Neon is, because of that, like taking over the role a little bit. So those retakes, as you say, it's actually very surprising that they're so effective because the composition doesn't really show it.
Now, one of the things that we were talking about when preparing for today was how Vitality as a team are not necessarily the most sort of flashy or the most pop-off. I will say, though, in some of the prep that we had that we weren't able to run because of the problems, Twiston also looking at some of those shorter kills. Do you think he's going to be able to have a larger impact in today's series? Or, you know, is this going to be, look, play the team game, set up correctly, and just, you know, suffocate FUT out of it?
Maybe on Lotus we are not gonna see that many shorty kills. He's also playing on Raze, remember? So he doesn't have the smokes of the jet to like kinda, let's say, shorter the distance, right? But I would say that also that, remember when he played against Liquid, Twiston went bonkers, and it was a 13-10 against Liquid on Lotus, and single-handedly Twiston won 2 clutches that could have, the map could have ended completely differently without those.
Like the bus route flank that he went on where he wrapped all the way around on the defense, and also just the stuff that he's able to do with like the judge and shorties and stuff. It makes it hard to play up against. Big difference, of course, versus him and Kiwi is he's going to be on that Raze, Kiwi over on that Neon. It's also just thinking back to a year ago, Twiston was on Big, which was doing all right in the challenger scene. Kiwi was playing in the VRL at that point with FUT. How these players have grown, and if they can sort of push on beyond it. This is pretty much standard of what we expect from both teams comp-wise, and no surprise, they're both undefeated, but one's about to lose.
Yeah, there's absolutely 0 changes, with only the fact that Viper is coming back for FUT instead of that Sage as we've seen the first week. But in general, those compositions are now, I would say, kinda easy for both coaches to find a way to play against them. So this is gonna be interesting because we're gonna anticipate a lot of counter strats that would have been, you know, effective if the teams are sticking their guns to the strats from the last week.
I mean, again, this is one of those times where we get to now evaluate, how did week 1 impact it? Was it a surprise? Was it a one-off? What is the consistency of these squads? Also, how stable will they be? I do think, again, it is going to be on my eyes for Vitality. A bit of a shock, a bit of a surprise. I fell in love with OG London United last year, and I definitely have high hopes for this squad. Let's talk a little bit now, as we do have a small delay just before we get into this. In terms of starting off the half on attack or defense, do you think there's any like meaningful difference here, specifically from the FUT perspective, right?
I think just how they like to sort of bait and fake and rotate, like how they sort of hover around that A position and might throw in an Omen smoke, they throw a KO knife onto site, and just how much that's going to pull Vitality. Whether it's a case of Vitality have read into it enough that they can go, this is what they actually do on an execute versus this is a fake, everybody move over to C because that's where they like to go. It's just building on top of these playbooks that have worked so well for both these squads. Who is going to have the upper hand here?
Remember also that FUT will put a lot of focus on the double controller, in this case Omen and Viper, so they would like to get value out of the recurring smokes, right? They don't want to use them as a fast execute, they want to bait a little bit of the utility from the opponents on, if they are attacking, let's say on A long, and they want to cross to rubble, they can just use one of the Omen smokes with ease to sacrifice it because they still have the Viper wall to sacrifice as a permanent vision denial on other parts of the map. So we're gonna see, I would say that we're gonna see even slower FUT, at least we should see a slower FUT than we have seen in the previous matches. And Vitality now, it's something that we have seen also for Team Heretics and Kalanko in Split. The patience on defense is something that is actually very effective and more effective as teams are going more and more into default attacking setups. So Yeah, I would say that Foot is expected to gather a lot of map control with the double controller setup, and it's now the case of how Vitality counters that.
And I also think when I do look at some of the statistics here, especially when playing on the defensive half of Foot, their ability to retake, their ability to defuse that bomb when playing for that side is a little bit statistically superior, at least in the last 3 months. I'm not going to read too much into that because the sample size is very small. We are about a minute or so away from jumping into the first map here of Lotus in our best of 3. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to predict who will win this map. Ryan.
I'd really like to see Foot continue this run. Just having a map that they're completely solid on and they're beating top teams. It's the rest of the series, and I'd like to see Vitality try and push it close.
My heart says Foot, my brain says Vitality, and we'll see, I guess.
Well, there we go. Let's find out which team will come out on top in map 1 of our series. We're going to head to casters in just a moment, so let's say hello to Des and Ender.
Thank you very much, Trev and the boys over on the desk. We're ready to get underway with week 2 here at VCT EMEA. Vitality coming up against Foot. I'm Des. This is Ender. It never gets any older looking at him being this much taller than me.
Yeah, the weather up here is absolutely fantastic. And welcome to the show. Nice to have you alongside me.
Thank you, good sir.
I do have to warn you, because last week we had 5 days of games. This week it's only 3 days of games. But we also had insane OTs. And every time I was casting, we had nutty OTs, especially on Lotus, which is where we're starting. So prepare yourself.
Well, there's something you should know about me, Ender. Me and my casting partner in another game I cover are known and cursed with a lot of overtime. We've measured across several events now. Our average rounds per game, it was higher than any of the duo every single time. So fair play. This is going to go, hopefully, to quite a good few maps. Hopefully we see all 3, and even better, see overtime across all 3. Prepare your heart, young one.
All right, I am ready.
Treats.
Vitality versus Foot. Now, already, I have my eyes here around mid, outside the exit of B. Foot are a team that like to play so much for control outside of B, and that can cuss. You can see instantly trying to take space off of that. But a good counter smoke will slow this down.
They are fully aware they're off towards the right-hand side, so there comes that pistol spray, but not, I was about to say, not even a point of damage taken, but it's Mr. Fallen down to about 66 HP here away as they back forwards. This Vitality actually hanging around B as well. We saw this in the game that we cast before we went live earlier today. One of the defending teams in Fireflux holding really deep on the defense and using B as the very comfortable rotation point between A or C as and when required.
And you can see Vitality have the options to sort of pivot between those two sites. Now, one thing Foot did so much in their match versus Liquid last week is they played really heavily for mound control, so they could have control over that door switch, and then they would sort of pivot over to C, over to B, depending on what they felt, depending on the rotations they heard. This time it's actually going all the way over towards A, and there is just one tripwire they have to work
They'll hear it on Baby Door.
Yeah, I like it. The Baby Door call out, that door you got to bust
We're
down.
going to make it a thing today.
We do. We're going to.
Well, they've pushed all their way through. They've got control of the A site, but this is where you start seeing the bullets fly. It's Destrian down into Moj to get things off, but Foot have got control of the site. That is the spike down.
And there's a really great retake camera that Sender didn't actually pop into right on the doorway of Tree. You can see inside Tree, you can also see out onto the site. So when he tags into that, he's going to have the position of Kiwi down.
Of course, how much further forwards they can look to step.
He just went into it, so he knows only one player in Tree.
Well, from there, they must know that there's still 2 or 3 more harding out towards the Aim main here. Just the other side of this wall, there's 2 or 3 players stacking up. It's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. It's Kiwi to start things off. Down to a 4v4, but this is where we've got to see the play come through. Diffuse is going down in the 4 versus 4, still halfway done, and here we go. There, the kills that you're looking for. It's over to Foot here in the first round with a successful attack onto the A site.
Great opening round there from Foot, the full pivot over towards the A site. And the fact that Kiwi was still able to get one without falling from that tree position when Vitality knew exactly where he was absolutely huge. I think Foot were maybe a little bit slow. They only sent one player past the harbor wall trying to clear into tree, and that cost them because they had to spend more time worrying about Kiwi on the left side while also knowing there are 3 players over towards the right, over towards main. And an unfortunate round to slip away from them there.
It's been a good starting round for Foot. As we know now, they should roll into a couple of rounds at least going their way before those ults start coming online that could very well roll into 1 or 2 more. Mr. Fallen starting off Twisted, just beamed at distance there.
And it'll be interesting to see, because both these teams played Lotus last week. Actually, both teams played against Team Liquid, and actually, both teams won 13-10. Exact mirrors in those situations, so a lot they can learn from those rounds. Vitality maybe expecting some play over towards C, because the prep will tell them. Foot love to play for Mound, love to play up through mid. So far in just 2 rounds, we've seen Vitality make attempts in both of those areas.
I think it's really smart as well from Foot here as well, playing that 3-2 split, acknowledging, hey, we've got the gun advantage. We haven't got to try and force all 5 here into what could be a death trap. And it has stretched the remaining couple of members of Vitality on here, down to the last one. Molsiel that's left standing. He thought there was a C hit coming in early on, has taken his time to rotate over through B, and now with full control of the A site again, as you'd expect, a 2-0 coming in for Foot, no doubt.
Yeah, what you're not really respecting, though, is that Destrian just destroyed
Am I not
that
respecting
wall.
it?
Yeah, no, he just blew that wall
I'm respecting it.
You're respecting the wall shots?
I'm respecting it.
Okay. Sorry, so I didn't mean to assume on
I'm
that
not
one.
disrespectful.
That's my bad. Oh my, talk about a wall getting destroyed. Oh no.
We're left to the wall or Mulsi there?
It was both. Straight on through. Pow, pow, pow. Now, Vitality, interestingly enough, out of captains, only 2 orbs off of the ultimate. Now on Lotus, it's actually pretty easy to play 4 orbs on the attacking side. You can see the orb over towards Mound on your screen right there. It's really hard for the defenders to force you away from that. Like, you can grab that unless the defenders are playing very far forward. So it's not unreasonable for Ada Captain to farm that one up and then look to plant Spike in the post plant, use that ultimate, which would be really, really impactful.
Well, stacking relatively hard out towards C, which could be exactly what they're looking for there. And I love the pre-fire. We saw this again in the game that we had just before we came live. Had a bit of a preview of one of the Turkish games that took place. We saw Jet players looking to get behind boxes out towards C main, but here with that pre-fire coming in, chances are you wind up dead if you try and make a similar play.
But this is the situation now where if they're, diligent, clearing everything out, which they are, double mollies to stop those 2 angles, I'd love to see Ada Captain go ahead and swipe up that orb.
A little bit of pressure coming out the Omen out towards A as well, just holding the 2 players that are sat on site back, and
there it is.
It's almost draining the breach over as well, expecting there to be another, but with that pickup, as you say, that's that completely shut down, and hopefully there's that read now that surely the push is coming in over towards C. Here we go, it's a 1-step across as well, but not going to be a second coming out from Sender as he's putting the bin down and towards the site though. It is once again in control of Foot, looking excellent in these execute Sender.
Destrian's still a big problem though as he finds the first, noted the second.
No!
And oh no, Kraxis is looking the wrong way. Destrian finds 3.
They didn't think we would give up, did they?
Nope. Not a lot to give up there except the round. Big 3K. I mean, Destrian started the game strong. He had 3 kills in the first round. Second, as you'd go to expect, going against Vitality, given they were down on guns. But he came back with a vengeance in this round.
Oh, yeah. And so huge as well. Fighting them on site, not allowing them to get the plant down. Because the second the plant goes through, so does the Viper's Pit. All of a sudden, you have problems trying to re-clear your way onto the site as Vitality. Destrian's position there was such a nuisance for Foot.
Well, first full buy round in effect. This is where all things sit equal. Let's see which way this plays out now.
Now, one thing, wow, just a spam through the smoke right there. Or maybe
we've seen a couple of these in the early round now.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if that was that shot came in as the wall ended up dropping or not. But regardless, really great opener for Vitality. And I love to see them playing aggressively over towards Mound. One thing that will be a tell, I think, in a lot of Vitality's early rounding is because their solo smoke is Harbor. Harbor, unlike a lot of other smoke agents, an Aster and Omen, is hard gated by range. So he actually has to play float a lot of the time. And on defense, what that means is if he's hard committing to holding off one entry point, either that's over towards Mound or over towards A, it leaves you a lot easier time, like Foot are taking advantage of, moving towards A now.
Well, they know the site's completely clear, but do they know about the breach inside a tree? Surely there's an expectation that you'll have a player here, as here comes the button. This is going to be the big fight as well. Immediately out comes the concuss, but no, Mudge finds his man. They've got full site control, but there's still 2 at the back end.
Watch this, though. They busted down Baby Door. Now they're into B, absolutely dancing, breaking the ankles of Vitality. Now the late lurk from Moj is going to be huge. He's outside the switch, outside tree, but now Sender's going to have info on everyone.
That ultimate really could have led to a couple more, but they managed to get the plan down and get out of dodge. Out towards safety. You've got the Go to play for. They're going in for the defuse, and can they stop this as well? I don't think they can. It's going to get completed out here.
Got
it! It's the mow-down from Ada Captain. Attaboy with a 3K.
How on earth? Those players so low because of the decay from the Viper's Pit and then just lining up into the spray out of Ada Captain. That was huge because that spike was so near being fully diffused. Also, Moj going for the wraparound back towards CT. That was going to be way too late. So unless Ada Captain's cleaning house there, that round was completely lost.
Some really interesting stats about Ada Captain when I was doing a little bit of research into this game. I know that he wasn't brought out for every single map this team played last week, especially the ones that they lost. But he comes out as the second highest rated player in the whole competition at the moment, with the highest cast as well at 82%. Guy's absolutely cracked at the minute. You're seeing it in this game come through in a couple of rounds. Him and Destrian so far, the ones that are really making themselves known.
100%. And for the six-man situation with Foot, it's really interesting because it'll be Adacaptain on double smoke maps and then on sky maps, it seems, on single smoke maps. That's when Mouge comes in. Not Moj, Mouge.
That's not all going to be confusing.
Not at all.
Is it Moj? Is it Mouge?
Hey, last week we dealt with it okay, so just in case you're new around here,
You're primed.
coming in week 2.
You can guide me through. I'm sure we'll be just fine. Making use of this hard ball, though, to force their way up towards B, and straight away, Foot with a great read on the situation. Hard, force their way out towards A. And they may have caught Vitality sleeping a little bit here. They're going to rotate back around towards Heaven, because A site has been given up once again, and we saw Foot win from this position previously.
Everything Foot do is to play
So
away
good.
from the early aggression from Vitality. Now, this harbor wall did go down, and it's actually really narrow, cutting off the spike. I was wondering if they're going to try to get on this quickly, but they're still Killjoy mollies. They've got to work past.
Oh, Sender. He's got to do all the work here, but no, the flash.
What?
No, he gets it through the full flash as well. Fallen finds 2, make it a 3, make it a 4. This man just sat Vitality down solo. Foot get the round again. A brilliant early play and some excellent big 4K clutches coming out.
What did Mr. Fallen have for breakfast, man? That was unreal.
And we were so excited about Sender for a second with the kill through the flash. But no, just this absolute, he's on 1 HP as well, but they can't land the critical shot they need.
I mean, the only way you kill him is with paint shells. No one won a gunfight versus him. It's a bit of a based crouch enthusiast, you know, ducking and weaving around the bullets on every spray there. But man, oh man, they just came one after another, and he could not be shut down.
I think it's a pretty understandable read here as well for Vitality. Taking that time out. I think quite sorely needed as well, because they are getting bowled over by Foot.
Yeah.
Again, the decisiveness that we're seeing, you know, Vitality kind of show their fangs for half a second and go, right, we're pushing here, we're going aggressive. As soon as there is any utility investment in trying to take B, in trying to force their way up towards A, the Foot are just like, cool, well, we're going that way, and they just disappear.
I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of great utility to force with on the defensive side from Vitality, right? You have Breach done, you have the Raze that wants to get a lot of things done. Thing is, that's also really loud. So unless they're guessing right on the lane they're going down, whether it be C, B, or A, Foot can react to that accordingly. You know, there have been a couple of rounds where it's just been a harbor wall down C, so they've moved into the A site. That round, it's coming down B, so that's exactly when Foot tried to speed up over towards the A side. It doesn't really matter which side they're going to, because they know there's going to be 2, 3 players committed down mid. That means one of those sites is only going to have a single player on it, on those extremities, so it's very easy to punish.
Yeah, if any team is going to be a little bit crazy with the Omen ult here as well, it's going to be Foot. That's online and available in this round if they need it.
And Mr. Fallen, when he's played this previously, has gone for some deranged Omen ults. We're talking just straight into enemy spawn, like the Omen ults you see in solo queue all the time. A lot of times in pro, you just see that
we see them in solo queue because of him.
Yeah, I mean, no, we saw way before him. Let's be clear.
From day one.
I've got some issues with Omen players. But yeah, no, I think a lot of times you just see that used as scouting information, but he'll actually use it to get a speedy flank going.
Well, here at least he's drawn a bit of attention out towards A, and again, Foot kind of reading, okay, there's 2 or 3 players out there. I just got smacked by a bunch of utility. Let's rotate to the other side of the map. It's going to be depending on how quickly these 2 players coming through mid for the side of Vitality can get here, and by the looks of it, they've got there in time. Foot may just choose to back away here and potentially dip in towards B.
The thing is, they love hitting switch, right? Instantly the door gets opened. Now that could potentially pull a rotate
question mark
over onto B. But with Twistin taking this forward stance, they know the rotate isn't coming, and now he could punish if they do come into him.
And they've got one watching spawn as well. They've very much put Foot inside of a cage here as well, but they're about to walk into an absolute slaughter. He lets them all come through, finds one, but misses the rest as well. That Stinger not quite doing the work required. Bocol finds one more. It's looking good for Vit here in the post plan.
No worse situation to be than to see multiple players with a Stinger in hand. It's so tough, but still doable now in a 3-on-3. Destrian coming around the corner. This player can't hear anything, yet Adacaptain takes them all.
Oh my God. Another 4K for Adacaptain as well. You know, for a second coming down to that 4v3, I thought, okay then, B site. Pretty tight and enclosed. Good chance in that shorter range fights that we'll see Vitality coming away here with a couple of kills, but absolutely not. Adacaptain once again putting them down.
You know, it is worth noting that was the first real half-buy we've seen from Vitality because they are light armor enthusiasts, so even then,
isn't everyone these days, Ender?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing too, is even on your light buys, like you actually get to have some Stingers, some Spectres perhaps, knowing that you only need 33 minimum going into the next, or 36, 37, depending on the utility you end up spending as well. And now we finally have Vitality going towards A, but this is actually, it's so sad when you just get the wrong read, like repeatedly like this. Vitality moving over towards A, Foot are set up to go C, and yet there's 2 players on C and some tripwires to play with as well.
Here we go, and they know what's going on as well. The suppression comes on through. They should know what's going down, but Sender has already mowed him through too. It's a game of hero plays in multi-kills everywhere, but Sender will not find the 3K in this round.
Huge
converts one into a second. There's only Mr. Fallen left standing, and finally Vitality will find their second round.
MVP of that round, Bone Cold, on the rotation from A to C. He's on B, and he lines up a gorgeous concuss straight down the lane entryway into C. I think it hit all 3 surviving players on Foot. Yeah, the initial hold was pretty solid there from Sender, just fighting over those one-ways. I think Foot were a little bit overcommitted into that, but that concuss absolutely locked that round down for Vitality.
We've seen a few good concussions come out of him this half, to be fair. We've seen it off towards A being used immediately in towards Spawn.
Look
there
at
you
that.
Go.
Hits absolutely everyone.
Absolutely buried. Waits for the last. Off he goes.
I think that's Zilv today on the replay, so thank you very much for that one. As, ooh, I love this! Making use of the verticality right there.
Gross.
Popping up onto that box and just peering over the smokes. It's actually something that we don't see a ton of on Lotus. There are options to do similar things over towards C. Next towards Mound on this box, actually, for Sender.
It does kind of feel, given how tight so many of the walkways are through this map, that actually that kind of play would be a far more commonplace thing. And maybe we see it develop as the stage goes by. Not forgetting we haven't seen absolutely tons of Lotus so far.
Yeah, usually the only place you really see people boosting up is over on Rubble outside of A. That's very common, although it's been pretty light, I think, in terms of actually fighting for A main control. This was really the first round, or the last round too, with how Vitality were playing it. We're going for.
Wall curved in straight away through B here as well, probably indicating that we do not want to be losing control of this one anytime soon. And right now, Foot are looking a little bit lost, not 100% sure of exactly where it is they want to be pushing.
Yeah, they put the lockdown onto B, but the entire team is rotating over towards A. This could be a really convincing fake, and yet Twiston has not abandoned the A site. Mulsi is also getting called over and sees everything.
We've got to see the KO. Cracks had to get that kill, but simply didn't get it. Now we've got to find and see if we can get one into side as well. Neon's managed to march her way through, but Kiwi can't get one either. Those two had to get some kills to make this work, I felt, but they've got themselves into a spot where it's a 2 versus 2. It is still savable for Foot.
No time, 13 seconds. The interrupt there with the breach hold is absolutely massive, but Ada Captain finds the kill. 2-on-1 now and time to plant.
But they've got all the information they need. Sees one at distance as well. Does he know about the box?
He got him! He got him! It's over!
He's got to do. He's got to live. He's got to hold. 1.5 seconds. He sees him at close range. Sender gets the shutdown and sends Foot to the Shadow Realm.
No way! Does Sender win that, man? What? How does he get past the player Turi just sprinting towards center site? That spike was inches away from the ground, too. Like, we're talking the final motion as you throw it onto the ground. And then there's just no time. Reddy gets this kill at the last possible second. 3 seconds on the clock. All you have to do is survive. And the fact that his smoke is on both sides of the wall there is just gross as well.
Makes it even harder. I really thought for a second when we saw Moj round the corner, he might just go for the pre-fire and just hope to God that he was there. But no, wanted to try and push it and make that work, and they paid the price. Vitality bouncing back that little bit more.
We're on Sender watch now as well, and seeing what he can do with these tripwires, because you just saw a really deep trip placed on C. And one of the best things about Cypher is when you can play against a Neon as opposed to a Raze, because Raze breaks all utility. It's really annoying to face off against. Neon runs so fast, she doesn't have time to break your util, so having deep kill trips on site, I think is really effective.
There we go.
Get out of here.
Teleporting himself way out, yeah, back out towards safety. That's that ultimate burnt down, but they aren't, of course, 100% sure what's going on. It's a C hit. Surprise! Here we go with Foot trying to march on through. Sender carries on where he left off before being traded out by Moj.
Yeah, I assume Kraxus' knife actually hit Sender because his tripwire turned off on site. Maybe you could have played more passively with that still up and getting something done, but the party has been called. We're trying to get into the site fast with Vitality.
They're really going to make this push work, though. We've seen a couple of walls really benefit the side of Foot in this round, coming out of Destrian first with the orb, and now on site itself, but they force them out towards backside.
Fawn's on a walkabout through B as well, so no player on site for them. Kraxus has to fight forward with the team now, but Vitality are mowing them over.
Absolutely pouring them down here as well into another, but it's all down to Mr. Fallen. Of course, we know that spike is down. He brings it into the 1v1. Who wins out here? It's Mulsi or Fallen to give their team at least a lead for a moment. Stepping out towards one side, taps on towards the spike. A second time coming in. He's got a hold and Fallen. He ain't falling for that one. In we go. We move up to 6 and 3.
Fantastic how to fall in there in the 1 versus 2 and the 1v1 at the end there. Knowing that the first one so often will not be that commit to the half, waiting for the swing, seeing how you're going to play it. But after you played so timidly after the first tap, on the second tap, with so little time, you know Mulsey is going to try to get it halved. Absolutely perfect.
It's one of those where you want to try and look to bait, really, I think, the guy that's going in for the defuse as well. You know, play an off angle, you haven't got to hold it and be aggressive. Let him come in, and as soon as he steps in for the man going for the defuse, you swing out. It's a freebie waiting to happen when he has got no idea where you are, but maybe a little bit aggressive there at the start of it. Foot calling their timeout.
Yeah, I'm cracking up because I think on the replay it came in that Ben got the kill. Like,
yeah,
who's Ben?
because this is local screen, right?
Yeah.
Because it shows their POV.
What's going on here? Doesn't make much sense.
Let's go, Ben.
Let's go, Ben. All right, wow. I mean,
I know pro players. I can use that name.
You can.
It's no big deal to me.
You're on a first name basis. Okay.
Yeah, no big deal to me.
Day 1, already getting cozy.
The funny thing is, again, across in Siege, it's a go-to meme about a player called Ben.
Oh.
It's just like the go-to meme is the let's go Ben. Yeah, I can call him Ben. We're good friends like that. But it's no big deal to me. Lol.
Right, yeah, of
It's
course,
a copy
of
paste on
course.
Twitch.
Yeah,
Everyone
I'm familiar. Yeah, I call Twitch chat. Because,
Okay,
yeah, we're on a last name basis, actually.
Oh, you got to that level, huh?
Yeah, we're very formal.
How many dates did that take?
Me and Twitch chat go way back.
Yeah?
Okay, back 2013. Not quite Justin
High school
TV levels of
sweethearts.
back, but oh yeah, that was high school for me back then. I know you were what, probably senior year university.
God, yeah. Ow.
Sorry about that. I don't know why I went that direction. That's rude. Quick shots here, so I'm all over the place mentally.
Here we go. Straight in towards B. They've already got control and Vitality. They forced up A and have been punished for it.
Ooh, killing that lurk on Moj outside of A, though, is really big now, because now they can't fight into Link, but have to go the opposite direction over towards C, which is absolutely crazy.
They've been forced away, but they've still got the control, right? That's the problem.
But the thing is, they only have control over one entry point into B, so now you have to send Ada Captain on this wraparound towards the opposite side. This is really hard for Foot to play.
And they've got Destrian waiting off towards the left. Sure enough, no, both taken down. They've cracked it wide open, but they've got to get in and find the kills. Kiwi! We wonder when he might appear, and a 4K is one way to announce a grand entry into this game.
No way is Kiwi able to do that. I mean, we've seen so many rounds that Foot have just clutched up on their side, and this one, no different.
Ugh. Just beautiful timing on it as well.
Absolutely nuts.
But it all came together. Again, that early push in, punishing that aggression coming out of Vitality. We saw it in the early rounds. They called a timeout and tried to adapt, but it feels Foot have now got the read back on that once more.
Yeah, well, and I'm just surprised because that came down to individual play, straight up. I think Vitality killing the lurk on a B plant outside near rubble is so important because that's the player that sort of backstabs the defenders as they try to work through Baby Door to split back into the site on the retake. I was shocked to see that, and I'm equally shocked to see the Bucky.
I don't think they know Twister's managed to get this close. This could be a big time for the Bucky to shine as 4 players line up. But no, in comes the flash. They come out. That's beautiful play. Immediately there's a trade to come in, but now Mulsey looking a little bit isolated, calls in for the backup. Everyone's rotated over, but he is down. And Foot tend not to waste any time once a push comes through. The question is, they commit towards A or rotate back out. Destrian was trying to rotate in behind, but by the looks of it, they're going hard for A Ender.
It's possible they split. I think they're going to break down door and move into B, which opens up Destrian with an interesting angle.
They've got one waiting on the flank as well. That Killjoy lurking off towards one side. Down goes one more. Spike's down as well. They've dropped it inside Link. That's not what they needed, but they find the kills regardless. Good cleanup by Foot.
What did I just say at the start of the round, though? It's that player outside near rubble that when you try to work through Baby Door on defense to retake the site, this time pre-taking it even, it just gives you no chance. It's a full 180
Killjoy,
degrees.
right? Yeah.
I mean, it can be anyone, but oftentimes it will be Moj with this team in that spot, and that is just absolutely brutal. Now just one more round left in the half. And, I mean, Moj cracks this with their ultimates here.
Yeah.
Hugely impactful.
And that could be the big problem. This could be what determines this round already and moves us up to that 9-3 half that we're all thinking about. You know, nothing else really looking to come online unless Fallen can find himself something to get that last orb, get that last ultimate point online, and then see one of those crazy plays that we were talking about, the ranked specials.
Vitality want to fight into Link here. Remember how often Foot opened this door?
There it is.
They can actually open it the opposite side and try to break this ult.
but can they break it in time is the real question. They're trying to fight their way through, but simply haven't found it yet. In they come, but Multi! No, you can't be missing those! Modge into a 2. It's somewhat saved by Twisted and Destrian, but one of the 2 goes down as well. It feels like Fuss might have just forced their way into a round win.
That was a disaster from Vitality. Somehow Moj finding 2, unbelievable.
They really should have got those.
But now Bone told he has to do something, just a 1-for-1.
For
Maybe a
second.
moment.
Could have brought that down to a 2v1, but just couldn't quite find his man. And now Twiston, 2 separate angles isolated off. Clearly, they're not 100% sure exactly where he's coming from.
And they're not going to give him a fight. Look how deep Out of Captain's pushed. Maybe now coming back in.
Now they know, and this is the problem. He simply does not have the time. He got one more stepping in. He can't even find Kiwi, who gives Foot the 9-3 half. Although, again, a drawback to the game that we cast before we came live on this one, and we saw the 8-4 half. We saw a massive swing back and a win for the other side that moved on to attack.
Yeah, Vitality looked pretty strong on Lotus last week, so definitely can't sleep on them. And, I mean, a lot of rounds were clutched away from Foot Esports, right? Like, that's definitely something that happened. But also, I think Foot just reacted to all the early information Vitality gave them. Whenever Vitality was trying to take any amount of space, they just dodged away from it so often.
Second kill from Modge.
I just can't even believe that happened. Because Vitality had the exact right read. I think multiple times Vitality knew exactly what they needed to do. Just individually, like maybe one player slipped and then the dominoes tumbled, right? Everything fell apart for them.
That's the thing, though. Sometimes you've got the right idea, but just not quite the right execution, and that's exactly what it proved to be. With that halftime, what are you expecting going into the second? I mean, given you cast these guys last week, anything that really springs to mind that you're expecting?
Well, I think one of the things Vitality did that they did super well is they would really sell like A and C fakes and then go for like really wide rotations. Again, similar to what we saw with like the busting down of Baby Door and moving from A into B, these types of things. But oftentimes, they would make an aggressive play towards Mound or towards Rebel and leave one player there. The rest of the team would maybe back off, and then it would have that late round flank option to move into or just to stab in the back if the 4-man group was able to effectively take a site on the opposite side. So it's a lot of full map play from Vitality, and it'll be important that Foot don't bite too hard on the face.
Some of the high moments from that half, the highlights, or more specifically, in case you missed it. This starting play from Ben.
Ben. Good old Ben.
We all rate Ben.
What a time.
The thing is that I'll come back to it, and again, it's the kind of thing that I'll touch on often in other games I've cast before, is when it comes down to 3K, 4K rounds, that's on the back of one player. Admittedly enabled by utility and all the rest of it, these things do stack together really well in Valorant. But you are looking at these individual players really popping off and dragging things over the line, because there were a couple of rounds, like this exact one that you just saw a second ago, that arguably if Vitality had got it just right, would have been able to pull ahead, get the round on the board, and maybe we're staring instead at something like, I don't know, a 7-5 rather than being this drastic as it is now.
Yeah.
It's a game on a dime at points.
Absolutely. And so often that pivot point was Moj. I think he had a couple of great rounds. Out of Captain, of course, is walking away from the first half with 17 kills on the Viper, so no slouch.
I think he was sat there after like 12 rounds, after like 9 rounds as well. He was really flying.
Because you can't forget like the 3-man spray down inside of B, down at the bottom of that site. So many insane moments in the post plant for Foot. Now, they've got great stall tools, right? Double smokes plus Killjoy, it becomes very difficult for Vitality to actually enter into a site. Now, they have a lot of great entry tools themselves, but we'll see if they can find the right timings around the cycle of utility that Foot are going to be thrown at them.
Well, we've seen the overall craziness of Foot, and again, how good they were at rapidly rotating away when it was evident Vitality were trying to force one lane. You know, can they respond as well and in kind on the defensive side? Can they be the ones to go aggressive, and can they adhere to them rapid rotations coming out of Vitality?
So this is kind of what I meant from Vitality, right? You can see they put presence over towards Mound, and then they just left Sender to chill over here. The rest of the team is moving into A. They have one player outside B, so they have so many options. If these players hear footsteps, if they hear the rotations going away, those A players could either pivot all the way through B, if maybe Mulsi is taking a forward position, or they could go deep through spawn and regather up with Sender.
Here we go. Hard forcing towards B here as well. Made a little bit of noise out towards A to maybe bait that it's coming, but they've got themselves inside. This should be the spike going down, and potentially a commanding start for Vitality, assuming they can get this finish down without any kind of weird backstab. But they've got 2 of the 4, but no one's on flank
Mr.
watch.
Fallen still hasn't made noise on C, so that's why Sender hasn't walked in yet. He's so aware that this could be happening.
Here comes the Viper from behind as well, but really looking to make the play happen, but it's two coming in for Foot to start things off. Cracks living up to his name, finding Twisted and Destrian. It's a third coming in as well, make it a fourth. The man is absolutely flying, and they almost catch Sender with his pants down, no pistol in hand. At 5v1, he gets one, finds two, almost three. But as I said, in that first half, so many big hero rounds, now it's Krax's turn to step up to the plate with a big 4K to get us underway.
I'm going to be a big fan of Foot if they continue to make these very fast retake attempts onto sites, because the biggest detriment to these lurks, which you see so often on Lotus, is a fast retake. You just can't get in position quickly enough to contribute to the round. It's not Sender's fault. He was waiting to hear someone rotate off C. No one ever made noise. Mr. Fallen was playing very nicely on that area. Again, I think that has to be smart prep coming in after the presence was shown over towards Mound as well.
I think it's also that you saw the duality there at the retake. One where they're being swung on by Vitality, one where they're swinging onto Vitality, and yet still they come out 2-0 in both situations. It's just going to be so hard to bring them down here. Kiwi just beaming in through the wall, and it's Twisted the first to fall.
I think Foot just spent about 2,000 credits worth of utility over towards A. Ends up only being a 1-for-1. That usually ends up being the handshake as well. If we fight for A, it's going to be costing us a lot. So the fact that they didn't maintain control there is a bit alarming.
You also got as well, just got to be careful of this one player that's just hanging out. Sender, just waiting for a backstab, almost expecting Fallen to come railing on through the door, but it's so unlikely to happen. But if nothing else, trading a little bit of presence on towards B, can make use of the smoke while the other three players look like they're ready to come collapsing in towards B here.
I like the little spam there.
Baby door.
Doing just a little bit. Right on the outside. Now the thing is, when this busts down, that's exactly when Cypher's going to walk on in. The second they see Moj, Cypher's going to accelerate, and they're going to try to get the backstab.
They don't even need it. They don't even need it. They've got the man, they've got full control of site. There is no one left on the side of Foot to have any kind of say in this, but we know what their retakes are like.
It's a 3-on-3, and it is winnable now for Vitality, and yet this flank for Mr. Fallen through main is going to be a bit unexpected.
But he's got to go fast. And actually, maybe there's a read here because there's a breach, and as well as Destrian stacking up ready for it. He goes to the spray, but can't find either. Out comes the paranoia. Both forced away ever so slightly, but they've got to go fast.
Yeah, huge wraparound now from Sender, too. He's on heaven now with an opportunity to shoot in the back of the head, but Ada Captain finds him.
That's what they need, a second as well coming in. And they find the third as well. Foot just will not lose in these retakes.
You can see the map play coming through from Vitality. But Foot are just a little bit better with the weaponry there as well.
Cracks onto his ult as well in a second.
Oh yeah, that's actually a great spot on that one. Talk about strong retakes now. Defense-wise,
how do you stop that?
Where do you put him? Because you could try to fight aggressively for Mound and look for the Sea Orb. That's definitely doable. Or you just say we don't have to like overinvest into grabbing that. We've got a very comfortable lead. One of the things that I actually think you can do when you,
I love the passion in the coach.
I'm over here like really casually talking about ult orbs. The coach, you know, absolutely pogging out of his mind.
Absolutely loving his life.
Respect.
I do love that we actually had the coaches obviously in the venue as well. Just kind of like overlords sat above their teams, just watching from above, barking commands down. It's great.
It's really nice.
There it is, a Coliseum.
Now I wonder. See, I'm a little disappointed in Foot here because I think that if you hear so much presence over towards A, this would be a great time to sneak away that orb on Kraxus. He's actually playing first rotate. They favor being more heavily embedded on site to fight quickly than having the ult for the retake.
Right. Well, it's trying to work their way through here. And Custard Blast not really doing much at the moment.
Thing is, like,
still feeling out where they want to go, though.
This is how Vitality play. They want to they want to break Baby Door. They want to open Link Door. They want to move all over the map. So, I mean, if you're on defense versus them, you're almost better just chilling in your spawn and then rotating into what they're trying to do.
No, I don't really think Foot are all that bothered. They're just like, I mean, you guys can take Baby Door. You can force your way in towards B. You can really plant if you want to.
Yeah,
just know that we're coming back to collect rent.
If they plant B, that's really worrisome, right? Foot are not rocking with a lot here. A couple of Spectres and a Bulldog. So trying to fight the close quarters, maybe even playing off-site. Either way, it's very awkward on B, and they're not taking forward control towards CT either.
No flank coming in either. Literally nothing. This actually looks like a really good position for Vitality to be in. But we've said that before, and on the sheer gun skill the hero plays, Foot have come out on top. Can they force them back?
This is doable. All they have to do is throw up that Viper Orb, get on the spike, force some of these Vitality players out of the area. Oh no, Kiwi finds the first.
The door. Does he know? Sees the man off towards his left. This 1v1 could be pretty critical here as well. Two more kills, so Sender coming up massive alongside Destrian. 2v3, make it a 1v3. And by the looks of it, Kiwi, he's getting out of dodge.
Those B post plants always make me a little bit nervous. I think importantly for Vitality, they were able to plant on the high ground there as opposed to down inside the pit, because when you play off-site and you're planted safe all the way down to the bottom of that, good luck there. You run into a lot of issues. So good on them to hold on true there. Now, of course, Craxus will have that ultimate. Be very comfortable to spam a quick retake.
I think Vitality will be glad to know what it feels like to win again after the number of rounds that they've just seen go against them. It does feel like a while. But we saw the kind of positioning coming together, right? We saw that there was no real flank opportunity for any member of the side of Foot. It was a good read from Vitality, and they made sure they had everything on lockdown. They had a player contesting towards door, just everything making sure it was lined up well, and there were only 1 or 2 places where Foot could come back from. They controlled the round really well.
Honestly, like the way Vitality play their attack on Lotus, like this is the way I love to see Valorant played. Slow, embedding players, rotating off of information, faking out your opponents, sometimes just getting peeked on and traded out easily. But even that round, they threw just 1 cascade down A and now are moving over towards C. They've actually pulled the very early null command and now can move on out. Do they leave someone stuck there? Yes, of course they do. Of course Bone Cold's going to stay around.
You never know. That later swing back as well. Fallen still holding out towards A. Again, Foot have been really aggressive with their rotates, being aware of the same thing.
This is the pump fake though, right? Because now they've taken enough time that Foot, maybe they would preempt a rotate and move on out of here. And they still have Sender playing outside of mid. Now, Foot are not biting on this whatsoever, so they've just still got 2.
Now comes the ultimate as well. The Harbor revealing everyone, but still they're going to see Kiwi step across and find one for himself. They know the play's coming in, but no, quick rotate out towards B. Yep. They're in through door, but they're going into so many traps on site. There's 2 nano swarms waiting. That's points and points of damage, loads of HP being chewed away, but still they march on forwards. It goes back into a 2 versus 2, and Vitality have got site control.
Foot playing together for now, actually sending Kiwi over to the opposite side, trying to clear out Heaven, have a second entry point onto site.
But he's got to go fast. You can't leave him in the 1 versus 2.
These are the 2 players they knew were on C, though, so this position from Kiwi might be a little unexpected.
And that's the pressure coming out as well, just kind of lets you know, in case you weren't already sure, there are 2 players nearby. Kiwi, this 1v1 is so huge. Sees the man as well on the spray through. Multi's all that's left, and they can't find him. Kiwi comes out big, up to match point, Foot go.
A perfect call from Kiwi there. So often you see players hold hands, right? It makes sense. You want to be able to trade each other out. But I love having a second entry point onto site, sort of catching Destrian, trying to throw some utility there.
But it's also, in my view as well, a lot of the discipline being shown by Crax. Acknowledging Kiwi wasn't ready to come for a firefight, backs away, pulls out the utility, throws out the knife, has the flashbang as well, just enough to keep them at bay and not pressuring onto him so he doesn't get left in a 2 versus 1. Really good team play coming out from Foot.
The team play, another 4K from Kiwi. And this is on a guy that I think last week was a little bit slow to heat up. A lot of the maps, you know, especially this Lotus, he was not the star. It was Mr. Fallen at the top leaderboards over and over again. But he has shown up in a big way in a couple of very pivotal rounds here to give Foot an 8-round advantage. That is huge. And now with the late pivot, with only 2 players into Mound, including the Spike, there's 2 players here. What can you do?
Get aggressed on 2 is the only way I can describe it. They brought down 2, realized the Spike was here too. That's all they need. Enough to communicate that this is going to slow down Vitality by another 20, 30 seconds here.
Here's good Valorant too, right? A lot of players would have Spike there, they would post on it and hold it. But you're alone, right? Your team has numbers advantage, it's 4 versus 3. So fall back, condense space, so you can play together more easily, right? That's exactly why they call over Moj over to C. He was playing leaning a little bit more B heavy. And actually, this could be huge, but who plays that deep? Right? This is exactly what you want to see from Foot. You know Vitality are going to get a little crazy, are going to overextend to find some kind of a pick to equalize the numbers. And now it's just gone all haywire.
You can see why this map is so easily regarded as Foot's dominion. Vitality has stepped in and been completely dominated here at 12-4. They'll get the spike down, but it feels like a consolation prize when there are 4 players of Foot bearing down on them in this retake that they've looked so good in so far.
Only 1 flash for Crax here. Mulsey has to find something. Actually, great timing popping on through, but has to fall back towards his team.
Brings out the ult as well, but with Sender left alone against 3 or 4 bearing down on him all at the same time. This one feels like it's done and dusted, but has to find, go big. Cannot even do that. Out of captain. Dream map for him, a dream map for Foot as they clean up Vitality, 13-4.
Of course it's out of captain to close things out right there. Dominating throughout the entire map, both halves. An absolutely phenomenal effort out of him, and I think the way Foot played that fluid on the attack, dodging away from the defense side of aggression, and then crushing on those retakes through and through.
I think just overall, everything, whether it was their retakes in that second half, whether it was the really big aggression coming out in the first half, realizing, okay, they're going this way, we're rotating to the other side of the map. They just look so composed, so calm, so put together.
Yeah.
Beautiful map.
And even when I think Vitality had a lot of the right ideas, they were doing a lot of clever rotations, trying to, you know, pinch on the defense when that Killjoy ult went down. Every single time Vitality tried to do something smart, Foot just shot them. Like, like it was just 3K after 4K after, it was nuts.
I was just about to say, I really want to go and see how many multi-kills they collected that game, because I guarantee there was probably only 2 or 3 rounds where they didn't collect them.
Yeah.
And those are rounds that they lost.
I know Adacaptain had 2 4Ks, I know Moj had 2 3Ks, minimum.
Just outpacing them, out-fragging them, out everything. Fantastic map. Cannot wait to see how it goes in the second one. Let's head to a break, and when we come back, quick shot on the gang, we'll break it down for you on the desk.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Showers yet, the second. Oh my gosh! This one's smooth. Wait! And he delivers.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What? What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
And welcome back to VCT EMEA. 13-4. Foot make a statement on Lotus. I don't know how surprised we should be because Lothar, everything you said in the pre-show came true in terms of Foot's mastery on the map and also punishing Vitality for overstepping, playing a little bit aggressively, and just being taken down by Foot round after round.
It seems like Vitality wanted to bring the fight to Foot, and it was some rounds that were actually a really good planning, like Fade ult through a rotating door towards the long on C to counter the Killjoy lockdown, but every time something was happening like that, Foot was just ready for it, and they were getting so many multi-kills as well. And talking about multi-kills, by the way, just a very peculiar thing. 3 rounds that were won by Vitality was one Destron 3k, one Molsi 3k, and also Sender like a Heroics in a 1v2 clutch as well when he would kill the Planted. Those are 3 rounds won by Vitality. There was nothing happening else.
Yeah. And there's one player missing from those that we expect to see a lot in multi-kills, Twiston. It didn't feel necessarily that it was all on him, that he was the reason why we saw a bit of a poor performance from Vitality. It was just that Foot did so well to make sure that he wasn't allowed to play. We even saw like on the defense, like Twiston playing in like cheeky positions, trying to catch these like late rotates towards B and A. He'd get 1 kill, but like at a captain or Mr. Fallon would just trade out instantly. It's like we really couldn't see Twiston get going for this team at all. It showed.
Something that you mentioned, the trades. I would say that ADL and Foot both just progressed so much at the fundamental level that they're trading instantly when it's needed. We almost never seen in just a 1v1 50-50 fight that no one else was helping with. So that's a great thing to watch, but it's like kinda like it's blowing out of proportion games like this because those fundamentals are just taking over the game.
The one thing I would say that it's not too surprising from Foot's perspective when you consider the mastery they've demonstrated on Lotus specifically. It felt like every single thing Vitality tried to do, either Foot were ready for it or they had a reply to pick up those counter frags, to be able to like push Vitality away. I think we just saw there on the scoreboard, Adacapt in particular, he just popped off. He was one of at least a couple players picking up multi-frags throughout the course of the game. I mean, Adacapt is an individual playing the Viper, just shining this game. But a little bit surprising, and one of the players that we talked a little bit about in terms of who could be swapped out, for example.
Well, Des said on the broadcast as well that he's one of the highest with ACS, but that's mostly because that captain isn't playing all that much for Foot. He's been subbed in and out of maps, so we expect him actually to be taken out going into Haven, which you sat there thinking, this guy is on form. It does so much to the team dynamic to pull him out and put somebody else in. Imagine the pressure on Moods coming into the team at that point where it's like, oh, everybody else popped off, and now I'm like, need to try and warm up to get up to their pace. This is a player that you kind of want to see every week because his performances have been stellar. It just might be that his agent pool isn't as strong as the others.
I can confirm for you from production that he will be playing on Haven. There won't be any substitutions. So that is also something that if he's got hot hands today, can have an impact.
Yeah, and you know also what's funny is that he had the most multi-kills on this map from the entire team. He had 1 4K, 2 3K, and 3 double kills. Like, it's absolutely mental. And by the way, Kiwi had 2 4Ks as well.
Like, just overshadowed, isn't it, really? Like,
how did he do it? Can you show us something on the Telestrator in terms of breaking down one of those plays?
Ada Captain is like, how he played Viper on this Lotus map is actually very different from what we typically see on other maps which feature Viper. And that's the reason for that is because he was able to play with the team. This is one of the rounds which is, let's say, most commonly played by Foot on attack. You see that there's the wall on A main that is meant to help in multiple ways. So first, this wall Attack Captain is doing for the fact that he denies the vision from multiple angles to take over the area in a rubble. Like, this is their first task, right? And then the same wall that Viper is using here will help then in getting to side because it blocks the vision from rope, but also denies the vision from tree. And this is like a multi-purpose wall that essentially can be tailored towards the plan of the team. And Attack Captain is great at helping the team because, and this is very interesting, all of the runs that he was playing, and now I'm showing you a heat map of the positions of all the players, he is always going with the rest of the team. So when we turn off the other players and leave only Attack Captain on the map, as you can see, he's always there. He's always ready to be a support player. He's always ready to go for the trades. This is why he has so many multi-kills, because he's doing his job as a typical support player, not as a lurker, which is very important. We have seen many rounds where Fallon is actually the lurker of the team, not the Viper, and because the Viper has more utility to help the other players, to check the corners with the snake bites, to combo with other pieces of utility. So it's actually very peculiar, very interesting to watch Attack Captain play Viper because it's so different from what we have seen from the other teams.
Exceptional performance from both him as well as the rest of the squad. We talked a little bit, a few minutes ago in terms of Twiston. Where was he? What was happening? I want to see him stepping up in this next map. But before we get to that, we do have a little check-in of him warming up in Aim Labs. Let's talk about Twiston. Let's talk about the rest of Vitality. Now moving over to Haven.
Wait. Why is he having a ghost, not a shorty? How is this warm-up even like real?
I mean, we'll have to see whether or not he can have an impact on either of those guns because he was a little bit invisible on Lotus. I mean, Twiston was one of the guys we got a bit hyped up about but I think more importantly, they're attacking first. They are now maybe reeling a bit from that 13-4. What do they have to do as a team and individuals?
Well, I mean, against Liquid, Vitality's C executes were just pretty much unstoppable. I don't know how much of that is more on Team Liquid's defense more than anything. It seems that Liquid got read a little bit more. So we haven't seen them play this map since Lock-In, where they had like a pretty close performance against 100 Thieves, but still lost it in the end. So there's a bit more interest there overall. It's more like if Attack Captain is playing, and we're seeing Mooj not being there on the Sky, are they going to put the Sage in instead, perhaps?
Well, the thing is that the last time they played a Haven, the composition was essentially Raze, Killjoy, Breach, KO, and Omen, which is actually better tailored to counter the composition that was being played by Vitality. And as you mentioned, the unstoppable C execute that Liquid was just so afraid of, with this kind of composition can actually be stopped. There's way more utility that can literally deal damage to the players that are pushing on C side. We have the Painters who will literally stop and execute. There's no way of pushing through that, right? So there's a lot more pieces, combo pieces, that can be here used by Foot to counter the Vitalities like C pushers and like obvious, let's say, executes that can be planned. So the win condition would be to use this compositional strength if they keep it.
I think for me, like Bone Cold, when I was talking about the RGL and the calling that he's been doing that was very similar to what we saw from Ascend, it was on this map. Just him and his team getting a kill over towards C whilst they're sort of defaulting A and just immediately, let's go C, let's go do this. Like there's a little bit more fluidity and rapidness to make some of those decisions on the fly that Foot need to sort of keep up to pace with that, which you kind of expect them to do. They're mechanically winning out in a lot of these games, and despite it being like a 13-4 map that Foot lost, it didn't feel that dominant of a scoreline. A lot of those rounds went to like 1v1 moments, so really I do think it's like attacking first. Vitality should warm up a bit more, try and find that space, and really just keep Foot reeling and behind in some of these fights.
Well, but if they will keep doing that, that's what they tried to do on Lotus, right? And that bite them back because Foot was just waiting to punish the OV peaks and was just waiting for those.
They were stacking on the site as well, yeah.
I mean, this is where we get to see two different things coming into play. First of all, last week against Team Liquid, Vitality ended up winning that game 13-6, right? So what can be discerned? What could be anti-stratted for some of the potential attack rounds that Vitality might want to throw into this one? What sort of discipline will they have? Because in that last game, I think Ryan, you mentioned it, yes, it came down to the wire, yes, it came down to sort of 1v1s in many of those rounds, but I think because of the trading patterns and because of the response that Foot had, they ultimately picked up the win.
Yeah, and they want to be as disruptive as possible. Like, they want to be getting into the faces of Vitality and make them have those awkward calls of, oh, they're fighting us on A, let's go quickly C, but there's already like 2 players from Foot waiting for them. It's those kind of moments where if you can kind of get Bone Cold constantly trying to call stuff and not really having a chance to think through what the main strategy is overall, they're going to run into traps. And this could be a really difficult first half of Vitality to deal with if Foot keep up that momentum, which hopefully they do because they're not changing up their roster, which they've done consistently at this point. They're playing with the same squad, which every single series I think we've had so far, they've had to change it every single time in between maps. So there's at least some consistency. Everybody's warmed up and ready to go for Foot.
You mentioned Bone Cold, and I feel like he's actually in a good spot because he didn't really share that many strats when he was playing against Liquid on attack. It was literally just go C, go C, go C, go C. So fortunately for Vitality, they didn't really give out that many of their pieces to Foot to counter. But it seems like already a change in the composition for Foot.
Actually going over to, is this just going to be
solo
wait,
what I'm talking, there's swapped. Vitality's on the left, Foot is on the right.
Yeah.
So,
it's still kind of wild for, considering we've got the Viper as well going on to, wait, is this the comms from Lotus still? Oh, this is from the stuff before, so Yeah, this is the comps that they ran on Lotus.
Yeah, very confusing for a moment.
Can I
I was going to say, these comps are wild.
Yeah, I was like, what the
hell is
Give
going
me a
on?
heads up on production exactly what is playing out here, whether or not we can get the agent select onto the screen. Alternatively, just let me know what is being run. I will come back to you just for the double controller point because it was something we talked about in the pre-show. How will that impact things? What do you anticipate in terms of Haven?
I mean, I don't expect either team to change up too much, other than the obvious of like, okay, they played with Mudge before on this map. What is that captain going to be playing instead? Is everybody going to shift over their roles? Because it isn't just like for like changes. It felt that how FUT were playing were we had a player that was on control. We had a player like a captain that was playing Sage and a little bit of Viper here or there. It was like role changes as opposed to just roster changes when it wasn't working. So this could be a very different look. And for Vitality, it's harder. All of the prep that they've done on Haven, it's out the window a little bit because they have a new player coming in for FUT.
Yeah, and also Mudge was playing Raze before on Haven.
Yeah,
so there's like, it's actually a big piece of this entire composition.
I mean, the last time we did see FUT playing this, obviously, was in the Omega quarterfinals, playing up against 100 Thieves. I think I am just about to hear from the production team in terms of what is happening here. Okay, I need to quickly pull this one up. Let's take a look at the team compositions. Bear with me for 1 second. All right, FUT, Breach, KJ, Omen, Jet, Gecko. So
Gecko!
again, Breach, KJ, Omen, Jet, Gecko for FUT. For Vitality, Omen, Jet, Sova, Breach, and Killjoy. All right, there we go. Apologies, we are having some glitches here with our hardware. All right, so what do you think? I heard a very loud response there from Lothar. Surprised by that, Gecko?
Gecko's, on attack, you always get the value. It's super easy to get the recurring value out of Gecko, and you have many nooks and crannies on this map where you can throw the Dizzy and pick it up fast, but the problem with him will be on the defense, right? Because that's where you have to get consistent value and have enough time to pick it back up. And if that will be punished by Vitality, that opens up a window of opportunity for Vitality to punish the Gecko on the defense.
Do you think it could be because of the C executes? They're just having the wingman to jump on the spike and start defusing it to force out more utility. Just something to put pressure on the attackers if they're playing down C long. I can't imagine, but I don't think there's been any other team that's played Gecko on Haven so far. It's been on
We'll have to look it up. We'll have to look it up. Quick one-word answers. Who wins map 2?
Oh. I think the FUT could take this 2-0.
2-0?
I would say 2-0 for FUT.
2-0 for FUT. The last time we saw them play this map was on the 26th of February. They've got a different look. They've got Gecko. And what will Vitality do to answer? Let's head over to the casters.
I'm not having this.
I'm having too much fun here.
I'm not having this.
Come on, get excited. It's Valorant.
I was excited. And then, so let's do this again. Let's recreate that moment.
Yeah.
Go on.
I got to squat down to fist bump him, and then I ruined his entire day.
Oh, so like, yeah, ready to go. Let's get into it. Then he was just like,
yeah, sorry, got to get in my skiing posture. All right, no more fist bumping. We're over that.
The dancing, though, we can get away with.
Yeah.
The thing is, if the camera gets any higher, I'll be off camera. It'll just be your head talking to someone off screen.
Yeah, but it's kind of fun, though, because that dance was like, outside of like a used car dealership or something, like the flappy guys. That's basically me.
One of my friends told me, I don't know if it looks a drunken thing, but they managed to get one of those. Like, I got one of those in my garden. I'm like, how? And they were just like, I don't know.
That's kind of awesome. I feel like that's what we need in Valorant. We need the agents flopping around in the wind.
Just because you have all these kind of images, which agent would be the funniest?
Gecko. Because he'd have the pets with him.
That's
He'd be like juggling them or something.
I think Breach, big burly man or Brim, just being like, whoa.
That'd be pretty good
wavy
too.
after a night on the bar. However, here we go. Haven for map number 2 between FUT and Vitality. FUT destroying Vitality on FUT's map pick of Lotus not too long ago. And we already saw Vitality play well on this map last week against Liquid. Can they have a repeat of that performance here against FUT?
Yeah, they just smoked Liquid on this map. And a lot of it came down to them just fighting really aggressively over A short. So no real surprise to see them just zooming over into this A site. FUT tank trying to play full retake, almost playing super deep towards spawn.
They forced everyone out as well and towards B-Link. And gonna have to retake Heaven here as well. It's already been smoked off, so full control taken by FUT. A bit of a bottleneck to come pushing back in through.
Captain bought full util on the breach of all things, so insane on the retake. Doesn't matter though when Destrian and Bone Cold are playing off another. Whoa, so perfectly. Sender as well for over near short. Gets 2. Vitality clean up to open up this map.
And that already just shows a little bit of confidence that maybe was missing on Lotus. Again, FUT full of it on that map. But here, once you change over towards Vitality's domain, woohoo! Does the fragging start to turn as well?
Different story to open things up. And I thought the util use from FUT on the retake was pretty nice there too. Getting real animated there. Gotta love that. But just, yeah, having both the Breach and the Gecko there on the retake. So many flashes, the Concuss too. Like, it's not going to be easy. And I think we've just seen a little bit of a glimpse of how Foot are going to try to play the rest of their defensive half. It's play soft on site and play heavy util fast retakes as Vitality are trying to plant the spike itself.
Same push once again here, charging their way forwards. And obviously the problem now is A site is very much a black box for the side of Foot. They have no one around it. They have no idea where these players are going to be. They have no idea what utility is still in back pocket. A lot of it that got burnt there, they wouldn't have heard. So, a little bit of a question mark over the rest of this round for Foot, though. You are expecting Vitality to come away as the winners, given, of course, they won the first round.
100%. And we're expecting to see a lot of A hits. I think Vitality versus Liquid, mainly because Liquid couldn't really figure out how to stop these sewers takes. Even when they tried to post an operator there, Vitality was fighting them really aggressively and forcing them off the angle. It was basically like full A takes or like attack sewers really early, leave someone down there, and then play the rest of the map, or it was just really fast blitzing down C long. There was not a lot of slow players.
Okay.
All right, poor Kiwi gets shut down there. So for Foot, it's going to come down to the rest of this half, how well they can counter-attack for sewers control. Good news is they have a Breach, Concuss, very powerful on the defensive side to sort of play through that area, as they're just going to die to spike and not give any orbs over. Or it'll come down to how can they quickly retake against Vitality. And really what that comes down to on A is, well, can we work like a flank option into the mix? Because it's actually pretty hard to retake the A site, because there's only one real way to get in there, unless you're jumping out of heaven, which isn't the easiest thing in the world. And they've got fantastic utility to do it, right? The line util of Paranoia plus Concuss on Atacaptain is very, very strong. But there's counter util to stall that out as well. Sorry, it's Atacaptain and Fallen on the defense try and get in there, but Vitality can stall it when they try to get onto the site. I think that's what I said. I'm just saying the same thing like 3 times.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I don't know if you were actually really understanding it, you know?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the old man really has it stick in his mind, right? Say it 2 more times and maybe it'll be there.
It's basically Breach, Concuss, and Paranoia good. Hard to get past.
Me understand.
Good.
We speak the same language.
Yeah.
I understand Zuma now. Go figure.
How about that? Interesting. Yeah, I was going to say this alarm bot that Sender put down up in A lobby to stop any forward creep, any forward flank option, as well as the turret to peer on out of that, but Mo's just peeking out from backside, is able to find a kill. And now if they actually convert over into this A side, Kiwi's just sort of jiggling here. They just sneak past him. They're not going to expect him this wide, and yeah.
Oh, okay, good night. Sit.
Gorgeous.
Sit.
Kiwi, a slow week 1 by no stretch of the imagination. The rest of Foot really stepping up around him. But already in the first map and now the opening rounds, looking sick with it.
I mean, some of the maybe fair criticism put against Foot was that unless Kiwi was playing well, the team didn't really pop. You know, there's times you look at him and say, right, he's the player that has to play well, or this team simply doesn't come to the races. I feel given that last map, it's pretty fair to say they are getting over that curse.
Ooh, look at this flank actually coming in. Killjoy did fall, so we got straight past that alarm bot. Mr. Fallen has an opportunity to shoot Twisted straight in the side of the head. That's absolutely perfect, and that's what we need to see more of as Foot try to retake this site in the future. Mulsey sort of stuck down in hell with not a lot to do. Samoj will finish the job and secure around there for Foot.
Getting more drops to the fuse as well, getting that extra orb on side, and sometimes we tend to see those round 3s can be the swings. Here we go, both teams on the board. We've got a game in our hands.
Yeah, and
actually, that's a real classic caster thing as well.
Game on the hands, yeah.
Yeah, I see. Someone tweeted it once, and they were just like, casters have always got something on their hands, and it was depicted saying game with someone holding their 2 hands out. And I was like, yeah, it's a good point. We do say that an awful lot. That, interesting.
Yeah, I've also seen way too many casters, like, on show, just write game, literally on their hand, and then show it to the camera and be like, haha, I've got a game on my
I've never done that, but I'm going to do it.
And that's the only, like, if you do that, I refuse to work with you, actually. That's the bar.
Well, it's been a pleasure working with you. I won't see you tomorrow.
Please
get
don't
someone
draw
get me
on
a
your
pen,
hands.
please.
Please don't do it. Oh, wow. Oh, Twisted actually got an operator on attack. I'm surprised to see that. I think a lot of times it can slow down what you're trying to do, right? Like Vitality, it's hard for them to enter in now because usually it's Jet sort of leading the fray. And yeah, they have the drone to maybe walk Twisted up, but they're actually just continuing to post him down long.
You're hoping really Foot are the one to push on a U here as well, which they're just simply not even entertaining.
The thing is, if they decide to convert into a side hit later, Twistin just can't really be the first one in. A lot of times, maybe you'll see Twistin trade that operator over to a Destrian. I think that would actually be a really good idea for them to do down long here if they wanted to. Maybe take the peek down C first, and then when you decide to fully commit, that's when you go. Or, oh no! That was nasty.
Making an op of his own, but it doesn't quite sound the same or do anywhere near as much damage, but it doesn't matter when the Vandal gets the headshot at that distance. Beautiful shot.
Reinforcements are here with Moj. And oh yeah, the flash, perfect timing. As Molsey comes out from the side, I mean, there's nothing you can do. Bone Cold maybe, but still, they haven't been able to get out onto C, so they have to peek back behind them. Only 20 seconds on the clock.
Hard rotate to B.
They do have a B plant.
I was going to say, please, the timing could be horrible, but Sender gets it just right out of Captain. Put down in the ground, down into this 2 versus 2, and they've also got the spike down. This has gone from mediocre to amazing for Vitality. Normally you say bad to worse, but it went the other way, and I wasn't quite sure what words you use in that case.
You got to flip it on its head.
Good to great, from worse to bad?
Worse to bad. I like that.
Because that implies that it's bad, though, but it's not bad. This is good.
You know what's bad? Killing Wingman. I don't support that.
Everyone's hard until Wingman rolls up with a gun in his hands. The Kiwi, though, finding one, down to this 1 versus 1. This one feels pretty much done and dusted. You've got Bone Cold at range. It's done.
He's got a shock blast as well, so... A shock dart, even. And that would have just absolutely one-shot Kiwi. So Kiwi going to run on out of here, save. Actually, he could recover this operator. If he gets that op, and you can see actually Bone Cold is sprinting towards the op. He does not want to let that happen.
Oh, is there time? No, no! Bone Cold gets it as well.
Yeah, I would be fuming, by the way, if I was on Vitality. My jet dies with an operator, and then somehow foot recover that op. Oh, I would not be thrilled. But important there. The Bone Cold was able to finish off that final kill. Good old Ben comes back for another excellent shot.
We love Ben.
Mr. Fallen.
He's holding from flat orbit.
His name is Ben. It's showing up on the feed in game. Is his name actually Ben? I don't think his name is actually Ben.
I mean, we could find out. I feel like that is worthwhile information finding out.
Can we get to the case?
We've got a technical pause, so I feel like this is a great time.
Get down to the bottom of it.
Let's find out. I'm going to do a dig. You can talk us through this technical pause.
Because, I mean, honestly, if his name is Mr. Fallen, but then his first name is Ben, that implies his name is Ben Fallen. And I don't like that. I don't know.
It sounds like a really bad, like, you know, you get like bend over, bent fallen, feels like you're
know?
going towards something.
Whatever your choice is. Oh, man.
It just felt like it was going that way the way you said it. No, his name's Furkan.
Yeah, there you go.
Why Ben?
Ben, is that how you say me? I'm guessing that's how you say me.
In Turkish?
Possibly.
How do you say me in Turkish?
I'm so glad that we have you with Google at the ready.
You are absolutely correct.
Look at me. I'm smurfing.
Well, today we learned.
Did you know that Ender is actually a really common name in Turkey?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is. A lot of people ask me a lot of the time if I'm Turkish. I'm not, but I do use the name Ender.
Oh, let's go flying over the top.
Poor Ben.
Elsewhere, it's a bit of a mow down. Poor Ben can do nothing more but watch on. As once again, Vitality have forced their way in towards the site. A strong start here so far in Haven, and it continues.
Oh, that one went pretty high up there. Moj able to get past it, find the opener. Coming around the corner, gets his third on the round. And all of a sudden, Molsey has to do everything. It's not going to be enough. As Ender takes one, and it's Moj on the 4K to close out the round.
Massive retake and Foot bringing out that form that we saw back on Lotus. Kings of the retake. And that could be enough to start flipping this game back on its head.
Foot, every time the spike tries to get planted, that's when they're flooding out onto the site. Doesn't matter if there's one way there. Moj got straight in front of that one, taking matters into his own hands. 7-2 now on the round. Actually, wow, that smoke missed. I'm pretty sure that was supposed to hit top side and was supposed to go into it, but it didn't matter. Actually enabled him to find an instant kill. Still, Moj clearing around all these corners here. Oh, he only had one bullet in that rifle.
Joking me.
He picked up a Vandal with a single bullet in it. That's what we just saw in the replay. To get the final kill with a headshot.
One in the chamber.
Wow.
Get out of my way.
Things could have gone from bad to worse had they not won that one, but you'll take that one bullet. It's the kiss of destiny. Posted up on long. Again, seeing these teams back and forth towards this side, but Twistin now the one leading the charge. We spoke about him coming up against Kiwi for much of this match, but yet to really see the two go head-to-head.
Molsey has a really nice concuss line from here that hits that connector from Garage into C and also backside. And that's where Fallen has loved to play so many of these rounds. There you can see it right there. It gives a really great entry point into this site. And they see him too.
Teleport out as well, out to safety, but finds one. Gets the reset now to look once again, finds the second. Twiston's in and doing work. 2 kills in the round, and Vitality have got sight.
Twiston is popping. That's exactly what Vitality need out of him, especially to succeed on this attack. And they're going to all fall off of sight. They know exactly what they need to do. Twiston with the late reflank into Garage, and that spike is planted wide open for him to have a fantastic angle. Moj is ready for it and is clearing out Garage now, but doesn't see anyone.
Oh, this could be the play. He works his way into Garage. Here he goes on the march on through, looking towards that side angle. Finds one, but can't finish him off. And all he's got left is the shorty. You can't be start points with that, I don't feel, my friend. Not on 5 HP. Ready for one sports coming now as well. Off towards the side. Can't find his man. But Kiwi, I think his time is done and dusted in this round.
Oh, man. Twiston just jumping around with his knife out. Dancing all over Footsgrave. Kiwi survives with that operator. But man, oh man, fantastic round out of Twiston. They're able to bait out the lockdown 2 for Moj. You don't have to worry about that in the next either.
Well, they do still have 4 ultimates online for this round. A Killjoy off their own, Vitality to play behind, all but guarantees that spike is going down in this next round.
The thing is, actually looking at the cash that Foot have in this one, it is not a buy for them whatsoever. But Kiwi has the knives. So this is actually a situation where Kiwi should probably drop the operator to a teammate, maybe use knives if they want to have a chance here. Maybe he looks for the opening pick and then later can drop that one away to his team if they have a chance.
So Vitality trying to force their way up towards A long here pretty much straight away. Smoke out towards the deep side, no op being posted up this time round, and no real contest coming out from Foot. Where in previous rounds they've had 1 or 2 players looking to contest more, at least on the site itself. Here they're a little bit late to the party, and it has given Suez control over towards the attackers.
I like playing up close here. I think they're going to use the lockdown. They actually do, but this is another fake attempt. Vitality love to do this. Leave one player up short, fake towards that side, and then rotate somewhere else. Because this ult also clears out the majority of B.
Yeah.
There's a slight place you can hide back sight, which doesn't make it perfect, but it's good enough to actually get the plant down and play with the majority of their team off site.
Great play again. I mean, both teams showing a thing across both maps. Some really good attacking prowess here. Do they know about Moj posted just inside a Garage? I mean, really here, it's the defenders that got to make the move. You haven't got to go aggressive here.
They've got to do something. I think Foot are also worried that there could be a late lurk from that Killjoy up through sewers. So they're constantly going to be second-guessing what's going on behind them.
Here we go. There comes the swing. Moj, quite rightly, putting the dirt on this one as well. I don't think they managed to get away with this as well. They're going to try and make it work. In comes the shock dart too. Disable is coming in here as well. They found out at least part of it, but they've got a really good hole coming in here as well. They have peeled off for a second, but they've got to make the move come in now as out comes the ultimate from the breach. Can they get it away in time? They get the shutdown, and Vitality do just about hold on.
Ooh, so little time left on the clock. I think Foot really tried to get something done. The call came in. I think Attacaptain got the ultimate during that firefight on site. The sides end up using it, but as a result, they lose not just the Rolling Thunder and the round, but also the operator that Kiwi was sitting on. I think Foot were trying to live in a world where they could carry that over into the next round. He has knives, he'll be fine. But yeah, as soon as Attacaptain gets that kill, they're like, wait a second, this is maybe winnable. And they throw it all at the play.
He's looking good today. He's having one hell of a day. But there is still more work to be done. This time around, looks like a pretty hard force on towards C coming in from Vitality. Making sure Foot are being left guessing. Smoke coming in from the Omen as well. Do they try and march their way through? Yes, they do. But Moj is first to strike.
Good opening kill, but watch Kiwi. He's taken all of A main control. And Foot have flanked previously. This turret will spot him out. That's super unfortunate. A really deep turret.
Real smart turret as well, just making sure that flank's covered off for them as well. We saw a good few of those back on the first map. So here at least learning from past mistakes and making sure they have got some cover against Foot on their aggression.
Sender with his position also heard Kiwi fall back sewers, then heard noise stop. So they can assume that that jet is posted up down sewers. Do they have a drone to re-clear? They do. So that's going to be what they use. But while this drone is going in just to force Kiwi off the angle, the rest of the team is still threatening over towards C, where there's still Killjoy utility aplenty for Foot they've got to get through.
Oh, falling so close there as well. Gets some a little bit of assist coming in from Moj. And in fact, it is Fallen swinging out again. Gets the second onto Molsey. Big garage control established.
Yeah, Fallen went all the way into spawn, but they heard him as Destrian, rather, not Fallen. And they're all swinging around him. Fallen secures the kill. No way the spike gets planted. Not with Kiwi down long.
I mean, there's time to get it down, but how long he can hold on to it really is going to become the next big question. Has no idea. And in comes the swing. Easy one tap coming out from Kiwi. Bone Cold goes down, and Foot still keeping things a little bit competitive, even if Vitality are in the lead.
Yeah, Vitality.
Got it.
I'm nervous for the second half at this rate. You know, they've declared the Kings of Haven. Like, this is one of their go-to maps. This is Vitality territory. So far, Foot are putting on a pretty good show.
Yeah, and I think like what we saw from Vitality last week, they like just blasted on their attacking half, but they really just showed two main looks. It was the full C take from long, and then a lot of, you know, sewer play, getting one player down there, seeing what they wanted to do, and TL really couldn't stand up to it. So we're definitely seeing Foot counteract them a little bit, not overbiting on the fake attempts from Vitality. Multiple times now we've seen them, you know, go down A and it turns into a B hit oftentimes. So.
Oh, do they know? Yes, they do. Great read onto Krax as well, who really can't get away into this game. Sat on 1 kill so far, but it's Modge. He cannot be stopped today. Him and Falling are popping. Modge finds a 3. There's still one left inside the smoke. Pistol out for a bit of spray and finds the closing man. It's a 4K. He heard the rest of his teammates had a good time on Lotus, and he wanted it on that action.
Yeah, don't forget, he also had a fantastic time on Lotus. This man,
5, man.
has been
9 rounds.
fantastic. Oh, man. I love the way Foot played that round, right? First from the player behind box inside Garage, knowing that the default C take so far today from Vitality has been that breach concuss from doors to back plat on C. So playing in an angle where you can't get hit by that is really big, right? Tucking in right outside the exit point was where Maj was on that C site. He was able to find a few there. Also, the player jumping out of the smoke in Garage, I really liked as a new way of trying to pinch, right? As soon as they're fighting the Killjoy on C site, you've got a guy jumping out right behind you instantly. It's a big gamble to go for, right? Because someone could be standing outside doors, behind that box inside Garage, ready to shoot you the second you appear. But when it works out, you are good for 2 at least.
This Vitality timeout, in case you guys hadn't quite clocked. Understandably, this is their territory. They should be storming through this 3-side map as well.
In case you can't read, that's what it says at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, it does indeed say that. Hey, look.
Timeout Vit.
Hey, look. I'm not a judgmental here. I'm just going to say whatever they want to go for, I'll give it a help.
Fair.
I'll call it out. Say what you see sometimes, Ender. It's okay. People can read. I don't doubt that.
Oh, this is the bottom of Haven.
I was about to say, where is that?
Bottom of B site on Haven. It's actually so rare. I feel like, yeah, they showed us this a lot at the start of, like, right when Valorant released. I feel like I haven't been back here in a long time, though.
I feel like I just stepped into Halo or something.
Yeah, I just time traveled, genre travel.
How many shooters can we mention in one broadcast for a given shooter? We seem to be doing pretty well with that
We can
today.
do, like, just about anything. We got freedom. Look at this. The TP up A short. Classic Vitality moves. Now, Mulsi has ultimate, so if they want to commit into A, you want to get Mulsi usually down into sewers and sort of hit that site at an angle. But something tells me
they're going to retreat him back off.
It's going to be more about clearing this. Bone Cold, very diligent with that drone, still able to take the fight. Who pushes like that?
I mean,
not
that
just
was
instantly swinging it. Oh, man.
He teased him a little bit of a shoulder, but never really pushed for the full swing himself, which just invited a free kill coming in from Foot. Very easily taken out in that round here as well. Here we go. This is where you see a bit of beautiful use really coming out of the Thrasher as well, looking to make use of that suppress and get that detain, get in there, look for a couple of kills, but so far no aggressive push coming out.
Sad thing is that won't be really recoverable for Krax, so just a one-shot on that one. Maybe a world where he could have turned it around after seeing the Omen TP and put it in a much more retrievable position so that when this C hit went in, he could then grab it.
Timing. Looks away at just the wrong moment. Now the free kill was waiting there. Sender bringing one back. Isn't to Krax, as I've already mentioned, has struggled to get himself involved in this map. And again, just always looking away from angles at the exact wrong moment. And even with it in hand, cannot find what he's looking for. Kiwi looking for his first in the round, and finally it lines up. It's twisted into a second. Back to the days of COD 4 with that quick scope, and 2 more come out. Foot bring it even at 5 and 5, and surely the Vitality panic stations, them bells, are starting to ring. Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, what a clutch reposition there from Kiwi. Running all the way back pot with the operator.
That quick scope really took the ears back.
Both of them, I mean, what? Look at that
look
one.
at that.
And like, the worst part is he sees Destrian for so long. Destrian's like, please don't, no, please give me, no, no, no. Oh, it's over for me.
And it was in this moment he knew he effed up. He footed up. He fluxed it up, as we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to come back out at some point.
It all comes full circle, truly.
It does, it does.
It truly does.
Except for Vitality, apparently. Nothing has come full circle just yet. I know
a much better showing this time on Haven, though.
There is a better showing. I'm just nervous that, again, coming into this, they haven't looked the strongest, at least to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they're playing similar to how they played Lotus, right? Where it's very non-committal. You know, they're playing for some early presence, maybe trying to pivot into B, similar to how we saw in Lotus. They would try to get a player up B or a player embedded over towards Rubble or Mound. In this game, it's outside of Garage, outside of B, down A short, these types of ideas. The problem is, I think...
It makes you predictable, is the problem.
It makes you a little bit predictable. I think multiple times now we've seen Foot trying to take the initiative, trying to get like one person to flank. We saw it from Omen very early on. A couple rounds ago from the Jet, even though it didn't pay off for Kiwi, that idea was there. In the last round, it's Maj. He's able to find the kill onto the Sova. Losing Sova, losing the drone, that's really, really unfortunate for Vitality on the retake, or on the actual site take. So with the slow play from Vitality, Foot are just, in a similar fashion to Lotus, taking the individuals and showing up in a big way.
All right, well here, immediately, Vitality has slowed down on towards A long, and they know that all the pressure's coming in. They've heard all the noise. They've seen the utility coming through, the ult's coming out. And right now over towards C and B, no real presence or attention being given. So they know that A is the threat for now. But, as you said, Vitality take things so slow at points that it just become readable. And for other ones who we saw back on that first half being able to go from 0 to 100 in the space of a second. Vitality haven't really shown that yet.
This double hold down A short, they don't want to allow Mulsi to get in position to rock the Rolling Thunder. You can throw it from over here and it'll actually hit much more short.
Great play.
But oh no. It actually hits both players, but the fact there's a third on site means Twistin can't hop up and over, can't get that real wrap around. And now it's all falling apart. Mulsi can't find absolutely anything. The rest of Foot are able to escape. How are they alive?
It's unbelievable they're walking away from this one in one piece as the backstab comes through as well. But they get the Mo down. Down goes the Spike. It's a 2 versus 3.
One enemy remaining. 3 down.
Oh dear. And it's going from bad to worse from Vitality in this round as well, even with the killjoy coming out.
Tuck in!
Mulsi just about gets away with that one, but with no Spike in hand. This looks to be the first time Foot are going to pull ahead on this map.
No!
Oh my. Oh my.
There's just no way. But that wasn't Moj knowing he was there, for the record. That was literally him. It's the end of the round. I may as well hit my util. What on earth? Note to all you out there. Use your util at the end of the round. Sometimes it might give you a random kill. That's crazy.
Take them credits into the next.
I mean, what a great, like, the clock was ticking, right? I think it was down to about 45 seconds when Foot decided to walk down sewers after they hadn't seen anything. It's understanding the timing windows when Vitality are going to hit your site, that they can make a play like that and just shut everything down. Everything Vitality were trying to do, instantly canceled.
Oh, I was going to say, Sender had 1 all point to go to get his ultimate, but as he's gone for it, he's been baited in. Vitality, they played out so well in the follow-up to that play, mind you. A massive couple of kills out of that Bone Cold ultimate, and this looks to be the kind of play they were looking for. 2v3 for Foot, but Vitality looking for that 6-6 split.
It'll all come down to Fallen here. Can he kill Bone Cold? He's making some noise. Bone Cold is going to be ready, but Bone Cold still falls. Man. 2 on 2. So what does this mean? Destrian and Mulsi trying to re-clear space towards CT.
They got the cross as well. If they can isolate a 2 versus 1 onto our captain, that's what they need. He's going to go looking. Captain! Captain, my captain! That's the closing play you want. Into a 7-5 for Foot. What a great end to the half for them. Vitality kicking themselves after their last couple of rounds.
The patience from Ada Captain there was perfect. Man was just big chilling on B site for 20 seconds waiting for that to come in. Knowing that, hey, if no one's actually peeking long, they've got to be doing something. And this ult, it's fantastic. This is a play I haven't actually seen in a long time, where you actually use that Sov ult to try and hit back in towards Garage Window into C-Link. At the same time, your Jet is moving into that smoke in Garage Window. And you can pinch those players. The Jet trades 1 for 1, but the Sova ult was just absolutely massive.
Really starting to see the desperation building up on the Vitality coach's face as well. Just acknowledging to his players there, boys, that was ours to win. They were sat in a, what, 4 versus 2 at one point?
It was
but just couldn't close it out. I mean, I don't blame them either, but you're in a position there where you've got the Spike down. You're the ones in control, but you're the ones going off hunting, walking into angles. I get trying to force the 2v1, but you have no information. You're screwed if you run into the wrong angle, which is exactly what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the 2-on-2, pushing towards CT is the right call, because they knew one player was long, right? So they're trying to get a 2-on-1.
They want to isolate,
right? Like, it should work out. The only way you lose that play is if it's played exactly the way Ada Captain played it, where he played really slow, really patient, waiting until all of a sudden it's like, okay, this guy has to be Garage, right? If he's not CT, he must be Garage. So our eyes are on Garage Window. oh man, he just actually was not pressing any buttons for that long. And now he shoots us in the back of the head. Just gorgeous game sense from Ada Captain, and didn't really leave Vitality with many ways to win that round.
Whew. A really exciting half overall. Yeah, I really thought, given how it started, that we would see Vitality just tear ahead, but you know, coming back from the 4-1 down that we had Foot at to come back up to 7-5, really kind of almost enabled by the Vitality timeout that they took to try and get things back online when they were 5-4 up.
Foot kept showing really creative defensive options, right? Yes. When it came to stopping the C hit, which was very similar for many times in a row, splitting in through Garage, when they hopped out of the smoke in the window, when they were playing the tight angles towards Garage. Even that late A Sewers reaggress at that 45-second mark was just absolutely perfect. And it's those ideas, how Foot came into this week, right? As opposed to previous weeks, all they have to do is prep for Vitality, know what they need to accomplish versus them. As opposed to last week when you're facing off against two teams without a lot of recent footage. They got to see a whole map Vitality played here. They knew the common tendencies and they were able to find some ways to expose it with those slow lurks from the individual players down the extremities.
I honestly thought Lotus would end up as the decider in this series between the two. I kind of put it down as an air quotes ego pick coming out of Foot if they picked to go to it, which sounds weird because it was one of their, you know, definitely is their domain. It's where they are the strongest. But Vitality have let it go through in a couple of deciders as well, showing that they actually quite like it as a map. But I think all you've seen from today, the real one word that I summarised in Foot has been confidence. From start through to almost finish. There's still 6 more rounds for them to try and find and line up on the board. But truthfully, with the form they're in, do I dare cast a curse? I'll say it. It feels like they should be able to close this out in the second half.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Too late.
Brutal. I mean, the fact is, usually Foot would dodge away from the early info they got towards A, maybe expecting a rotation off, because they're just challenging it.
Wow. What?
Yep.
How'd Turret get that?
Turret got the last hit. Someone took him down real low, and then Turret was like, yeah, I'll finish the job.
Turret's like, thanks for the assist.
Yeah.
Not kill stolen, kill secured.
Oh boy.
But here we come. This is what I mean, the pace though. Look at where Vitality would dance around A long and A short for the longest time. Foot have just said, to hell with that. We're going in. Spike already down in the 5v2.
That is rough. Destrian, I mean, you have to be able to find fights from window here, but if Foot don't give it to him, Destrian's just going to be sitting up here for forever. There's nothing they can do. They don't have flash to get back on site. Don't give him a fight.
This is it. No need to peek. If they push it to you and you play for a 2v1 crossfire trade, you win out 2-0.
Yep.
You have 2 players left. Round is yours. Captain, though, feels at least one as Destrian steps forward. Ping down to 15. One more shot will be enough. Thought for a second it might be Turret picking that one up, but no, it's Modge the man himself. And Foot, with this round and potentially the next one, almost what guaranteed to be secured. 9 and 5 we're staring at. And
have to think. Placing alarm bot.
dire times, if you're a Vitality fan, sadly.
This entry, the flash coming in. Kiwi was mid-fight and then instantly his eyes get turned off. Brutal. And Foot. Big invest coming in from them.
Really want to double down on the position they found themselves in, right?
Very quick rotation over from Vitality. So they take the early information or just instantly trying to stack up towards this site. It's the gambles you need to take on really tough buys. But still Foot are leaving their options over. 2 players over towards mid. I don't think this finishes in a C hit. Look what the spike is too.
They're just feeling it out. That's, I imagine, why you've got Modge sat back as well, just waiting to be able to pick up that spike when required.
I think they really were expecting a player to try and rotate through mid, maybe to wrap around into Garage, popping outside of B.
Pace. This is going to be the thing now for Foot. This is what they've done so well, is bait loads of players over towards one side of the map, make it look like a hit was coming in there, as they've done with C, and then fast hit another site. They've left 3 over towards
shoulder.
C, and they have gone hard on towards A here. Now they've got the breach rotated over from B. There's a 2 versus 4 starting to stack up here with a great smoke coming in from the
Mulsi has concussed. Bone Cold finds his second on the round. That's huge. Can he make it a third? Not quite. Mulsi trades it out, though. Like you're saying, very doable. There are rifles on site that need to be recovered, but even I think on this flank, Sender isn't going to be able to get
2
one.
of them. 2 are coming on the flank here as well. They could really isolate this out. Again, a 4v2. You isolate this down to 2 2v1s. This is yours for the taking. They find one on the flash as well. That is worst case scenario for Vitality, letting these fights be isolated. No way are they giving this up.
So tough now, so tough. There's that Vandal backside. They cannot
give it up. They cannot. They cannot. They cannot let this happen. That's a 2v4 being won by Foot.
So tough right there. I think Foot made the right call trying to push into attack side spawn. Down numbers, you have to go for a little bit more of a gamble. They find the opener. And the fact that the only rifle left down in lobby was a Spectre, when the Vandal's the one playing backside, like, you just can't win this fight as Sender. It's not something you can do.
No, that's such a killer as well.
I think they were just outmatched in that round,
I mean,
unfortunately.
they were on the buy as well, let's not forget. We
Yeah,
said
yeah.
that coming in. You know, great play again, just taking these separate 1v1s, picking off players wherever they could. Maybe 1v2 forming there somewhat for Foot, but kept themselves mobile, light on their feet. That made Vitality keep on asking questions, but still you look at it and think, you're stacking up into 2v1s, you're hoping for trades at the very least, but Foot deny everything away from them, and a big 3K from Ada Captain in the close.
Now Foot continuing to play rather slowly. Actually just the 2 rifles for them. So it's about trying to see if they can get Kiwi and Moj in a position to take these opening fights, see what they can do. And actually Twisted stepping on out here. That turret just always going to be placed on
MVP.
attack.
MVP.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, finds one. Can find a second, yes he can, but the third as well. Didn't know about the one below, doesn't really matter, as they have absolutely cleaned up here as well. A 2v3, and still, how on earth has Cracks brought it back up to this point? A 2v2.
Moj. Oh, the timing, brutal right there. There's a flank coming in
Wingman
from
MVP.
Cold as well. I mean, the fact in a 1v2 that you yourself don't have to plant is absolutely massive. Cracks' push into Garage is going to come earlier than expected, but now they've been able to clear it out. Now they know.
They swing this at the same time. They've got to have an idea that he's sat on short. There's only one place he could possibly have moved away to without being seen, and they must know. Sure enough, they do. They swing at the same time. Bone Cold gets the kill. Vitality finally start to pull themselves back into things. Now Bone Cold as well going to have that ult online.
You know, I'm not quite sure what happened with the smoke situation from Foot. If Fallen smoked Garage window like really early in that play, because it's so rare that you try to split into the C site without a Garage window smoke. I assume he just couldn't have had a second one ready to go because he used the other one deep towards CT. That, I mean, if they're not losing 2 players in the back of the head there, that's a very different round for them.
A really good play towards the end. They keep things going at least for now. Moj 18-9. What a series. I mean, to be fair, it's not even just him. It's the same on the previous map. I think we came towards about 3/4 of the way through the game. We had 3 players sat on 15 kills plus. Just all really shining today.
If they get a good tag here and concuss, there could be a Hunter's Fury option. Yeah, here it comes. They're all concussed. Who's he going to be able to find on that? Tags 2, but can't land a kill.
Close, but no cigar.
I love the setup, though. The ideas with the utility. Now re-aggressing Bone Cold. Here they go, trying to catch him on the timing.
They get both as well. Kiwi's the one doing it. Great bit of util coming in to deny it away. But Malsey up close. He's going to find 2. He's going to shut everything down. Take all the bite out of that execute and keep Vitality going. Moj left it a 1v3.
They're on every single angle for Moj. He's had so many insane rounds before, but with the utility just being thrown at him. Unrelenting. It all comes down to Bone Cold that round. I mean, the 3 players stacking on that site, knowing that they want to catch the breach with ultimate in hand, right? That's exactly what they want to do on that. And they don't quite make it work, but the fact there's a 3rd player there swinging around the corner at the exact right time, and even killing Kiwi, you just can't ask for anything better.
No, I mean, again, he took all the bite, all the venom out of that attack once you got rid of the 3 players that were actually executing onto site itself. Beautiful stuff from Malsey, who quiet leading into that point. Him and Cracks still struggling to really make themselves heard in the game yet.
Get out of my way.
Malsey, admittedly, tons of utility on the breach. Doesn't matter if you get kills or not. Brings
Huge
so
impact,
much.
no doubt.
Here we go. Don't smoke us out, please. We need to see what's
Let us
going
see.
on.
It's a good paranoia. No one to play off of it, but just theoretically trying to stall out time and take a fight down long. Destrian's position playing the high angle here. That's exactly what he wants to do, but actually the paranoia hits him. He's got to get out of dodge.
And they will have seen just the clip of that TP as well. They'll know that he's offside. They'll know that site is clear here. A good smoke like they've done now is all they need, and also to make sure the flank is covered, which right now, it's not looking to be. They swing up for the one. Cracks finds one, instantly traded back the other way. So Garage is still a threat at this point.
Such a tough spot to be in. Kiwi just a little bit slow to get that reflank going. The rest of the team just falling instantly. Hold on.
No. Destrian with the close as well.
Like,
Vitality warming into the
he
half.
got tagged by a dart, man. Like, we got to turn around for that one. All right.
Absolutely.
Now with Twist and Operator online, everything, things starting to come together now for Vitality.
That's what you want. You didn't want to see him win out of this one and just get absolutely battered and bruised after those first 2 rounds of this half, but they're keeping things going. One more, and they draw things level up towards 9-9. I did joke earlier on about the whole overtime thing. Well, it feels like we could be getting towards it.
Yeah, one thing Foot are really going to have to look out for, the retake power of Killjoy plus Breachhold. Absolutely disgusting.
Ugh.
Impossible, really, to play on the site. And what you can actually do with that is, because a lot of players won't just instantly vacate the lockdown right off the rip, but if you time that Breachhold, you know, maybe 5-6 seconds before the lockdown connects, you could catch people trying to rotate out and just push into them.
My ult's ready.
And that's 4 ults now online. I was going to say they're so close to it. And on the other side, Marge is like 1 away from having his online too. They've got the ability to shut down a lot of this aggression that can come out of Vitality. But really, you're looking at Vitality and saying with 4 online, this is yours for the March.
Yikes. Some of the worst players to lose. Your primary initiator, and then also Smokes, like, I would call the round, honestly. I mean, somehow they've actually just gotten onto A, right? Vitality are sort of giving them that one. But this is not a good situation to be in.
At this point, I think you'll take those 300 credits as well. Just going to take a bit of time for a couple of players to come back in over here from Vitality. A 1-for-1 again, it always favors that team with a higher number count. 4v2 down to a 4 versus 1. Vitality get the hold on here unless Krax can really live up to his name and do some magic. He simply
Goomba
cannot.
Stomp!
Goomba Stomp with the shorty.
Oh man, just squishes him right there like a bug. I love the shorty secondary coming online. And Vitality have tied things up again. Been a little while for them.
Last time was at that 5-5 when it was Foot that were on the rampage.
Man, and if Twistin's putting himself in positions to find those opening kills, and especially against like the backliners too, like you catch smokes, you catch flashes. Oh boy, playing the round, not the easiest thing in the world.
All right, so some work still to be done, but it feels like this is a Vitality round. Once again, I mean, they're boiling into things here.
I like this though, moving back over to A, right? We just saw the Jet operator there, so oftentimes Jets will be flying all around the map, switching things up. That's exactly what happens, so they can quickly take some space over towards A. They have a lockdown of their own if they want to bust into the site.
That's it, they've got 4 ults they can rotate across in these rounds, plus massive gunfire advantage. 4 Stingers on the other side, all they've really got to play with. Vitality will find one into a second as well. It's Krax and Kiwi already falling. They've marched their way through this site, and March might find one. That's all he's going to have. Vitality on a rampage themselves here.
Yeah. Half by coming in 4 Foot, and surprisingly, the lockdown utilized very preemptively there. Well, Vitality were just mowing them down on site, so a bit unfortunate on that still. I don't ever hate using an ultimate just to guarantee a round to come on through.
Well, understandably, Foot won that tactical timeout because things have gone from bad to worse. We started at 7-5 when it came into this half, but it's been all Vitality really running things over 4-2 across the last few rounds.
I think Foot have been struggling to find some of the opening kills when they get onto site. They've been caught out a couple of times, whether it was, garage window a couple of times, just getting shot in the back of the head, or when they tried to push it. There as well, like all the utility was coming in. I think the player down long, I think was it, I forget quite who it was, I think it was Bone Cold down A long that is just getting a kill while double blinded. Just the stinger shots not connecting quite for Kiwi. That's got to be there, because I think Foot's utility on the entries has been fairly good, right? They're rocking the double flash comp with the Gecko, and effectively what that means is like if you aim up to shoot the Gecko flash, well, then there are people swinging you down under. Or sometimes you've been getting flashed by Breach first, and then the Gecko is also, slapping you with the goo right in your eyes, and then you can't see after that. So
we saw that exact play in sewers as well.
Yeah.
They baited out with the goo, and then swing, bam. Easy peasy, 1, 2, 3. You had a second player there to back things up in case the first swing didn't go particularly well. Yeah. But as I said, as it stands, good juggling of the ultimates here. About to have 4 come online as well. Once again, they've really maintained this kind of 3-4 ult point for a while. But it does feel like Foot. They've got a full buy, they've had the tactical timeout as well. They've got 3 ults of their own online. If they're going to pull things back, it has to be here. Otherwise, Vitality just march onto Victory and we go to Icebox.
These multi-flash comps, that's 3 if you count the Paranoia coming into. They're all about your entry, all about your dive character, your Jet trying to close space and play off of those abilities instantly. Vitality actually playing very deep, so Bone Cold can just dodge away from this Thrasher. Not too concerned about that. And you can see how they bring Thrasher back. Instead of going all the way into CT, they want to recover that ability.
Get it back on. 10-second cooldown, I believe it is.
15 on the ult.
15.
You should run.
10. Well, they find the 1. That's what they want is the entry. You said they struggled with getting those. They found that crucial entry and got the Killjoy down. They really are investing quite a lot into getting this round over the line.
Just to buy time now. Vitality 4 players.
And
Multi
go.
has full util and the ultimate to clear this out, so it's very important. Captain has his concuss. When the breach util comes in, he has to throw that down towards CT here, so they can't play off it instantly.
We found one already in Ender as well, and a Sender even. Never killed you, my friend. Kiwi starting things off though again, 5v3. Fut's still in full control, and that Thrash is back up once again here, looking for a couple more. They're knowing exactly where they're going to come from. Gets in there and gets to the takedown. They know what's coming. This one is done and dusted.
Oh man, just sawed his head right off there. Took him 3 tries. Got it done in the end, my word. That's the power though, right? If you don't bring Thrasher back, they win the round anyways, but that guarantees it for them. The power of that ability.
So overall, as you said, coming in, you've had your timeout, you've had your full buy, you've got your 3 ults online. They don't win that there is a serious problem. So I'm glad they have, and at the very least it gives them that bit of confidence to get things back in gunning, but again, you can't ignore Vitality have held on to all 4 ultimates. They didn't burn a single one. This is going to get scary.
Winston's going to want to peek out of garage doors right here. We might see a kill very quickly, especially with the Bleach and the Omen. Just runs into a turret though, and that's going to stall everything out. But a fast B hit potentially on the cards. Mulsi has ultimate, so if they were to do that, that would be absolutely deadly.
And they seem to know what's coming as well. By the looks of it, Foot at least backing out towards window here. May even choose to opt and rotate away out towards C. Long out towards A. Because I feel trying to push in through the center of this map right now, you're walking into a highly congested area where you can see 3, 4 players on the side of Vitality ready to contest.
Now, I'm expecting Foot to maybe try and re-hit Garage.
Oh, it's a late re-hit, yeah.
Well, because they're expecting now the Jet's left. No Jet plays Garage and then stays on the ground Garage like this. This is not something you do. It actually may be the B-hit, but again, Mulsi has the... Oh no, Mulsi dies! Mulsi can't die! You have Rolling Thunder!
They still got 3 more as well. Out comes it from Bone Cord. He got a 2K with it last time, but here, I don't think he's going to find himself with the same look. It's a 5v2. A 5v2 now off the back of that 5v3, sorry. This looks to be all about wrapped up. Sender finds at least 1 back, but it's looking dire.
That was I think Captain concussed C-Link off a comm from Kiwi. He's up in outer space and then comes down for the kill. Absolutely unreal. And now there's virtually no chance for Vitality in the round. Just util dump on util dump.
1 enemy remaining.
Kiwi's going on a walkabout through enemy spawn.
Scary thing is, you haven't even really made him work for that round either. It's been a pretty straightforward march in by the most part for Foot. That timeout clearly doing a lot of work. The coach's words in their minds ringing out. And they've shown that actually this is perfectly doable. Vitality though, as you said, Rolling Thunder is online. Gotta bring it out here. Well, they're saying goodbye.
Well, that's the problem, right? So Vitality, they're playing Killjoy setup towards C, which isn't a problematic inherently. But then because Breach is usually your B float player, right? Because you want to be in range to use your concuss, whether it's a B hit, A hit, or C hit. If you're floating around B, you're almost always in range to utilize that. He also has to or relatively frequently be peeking outside of B to see what's happening. Unless you want to play totally towards Link, which is a viable option. Maybe would have been better with that ultimate online. Very rare that teams will full contact into a B site. The fact that he dies, meaning not only that's the B player trying to stall your plant, but also the ultimate to fast retake. Well, the round sort of gets cooked from Vitality, especially when Foot make the decision to push deep into spawn as well. That C-Link push was devastating from Kiwi.
It's probably, what, a 2-second window from when he first heard the engage coming in to get that ult out and pop it, but his big fear is if he pulls it too soon, and we know how slippery Foot are. They like to back away, change where they're attacking. They were dancing between Garage and B there constantly, even for a second, looked to be going out towards A. You pull that Rolling Thunder out too early, you burnt it for nothing.
Yeah, well, I don't even think he was trying to pull it out. I think he was rotating from backside over to C-Link, trying to get out of dodge.
He's holding onto it so carefully, he doesn't want to burn it here and see it go against his team, which is absolutely the right play.
Yeah. So now, this round, I'd like to see a world where it's more passive play on B, not playing on site for those opening kills. And that's where he is right now, just ready to throw a concuss down sewers. Try to twist in with the operator. Maybe you just embed him on that box, sort of right at the bottom left of our view of sewers. You can get him on that box. Because there's not actually a Sova on the opposite side, that's a super powerful position to hold. Because it's very hard to re-clear into that area.
Taking a little bit of the peak damage coming out there as well. Quite fancy himself to be the one to get that early kill. Can't shoot wingman like that, man. Come on. Everyone's sweetheart.
Yeah. Deathstream got an ult out of this one.
Captain ult is, well, surely Multi's got to respond as well, but For now, at least, no. They've given control of the site away. They're all inside a garage, and there it is. That's a good Rolling Thunder coming across. Catches out 2-3 players, but a couple have swung out from long here who are completely unaffected.
What?
They find one back, but no! Destrian, you've got to be winning those, my friend. Add a captain into another, and it feels like Vitality's game plan has just crumbled around them until Twisted, for a second, looks to bring things back. Finds 2 before he gets taken down. Bone Cold, all that stands between Foot and a 12-10.
Maj is coming behind him, though. The clock is working against him. Mob straight in the back. Sends him to the grave. Oh, man. Fallen. So we saw both Omen ults try to escape from the breach ult, but Fallen cancels it. That's why he snapped back. I think there was a jet in front of his face. That's why he made the decision to pop on through. But the fact that he then wins the fight, like, what is that, man?
It's heartbreaking for Vitality because, again, 2 rounds ago we were sat here like there's 4 ults on side. You know, they've got full buy, they're looking fantastic. Sure, Foot had just had their timeout, but outside of that, you were ahead in every sense of the word. Look now, completely gutted of any ults they had on side, and Foot still won the rounds.
And it doesn't matter if Twiston's taking this power position down sewers, if they just don't go into it. Foot have just got their number on C. Getting ready to split towards that area once again. The second the C long smoke falls, that's when their smoke pops up in window. No one's actually on the C site.
And they're marching the way through. Once again, it's been the same theme for a few of these last 4 rounds or so now. Is that C site has been left completely bare. Long, completely uncontested. No flanks coming in. And for Foot, once again, this just feels like your ABCs.
Twiston could go for the long flank, though. He's got an operator. He's the least useful player on this. He's actually going garage. So it's everyone into garage. But Foot still very forward on site. They have so many angles they can peek into garage from.
It's Bone Cold that maybe was a problem, but Destrian gets 2. The spray transfer is beautiful. Collects 2. Ada Captain gets 1 back onto the other side. Kiwi into another. It's all falling apart for Vitality as Foot clean them up 2-0.
A gorgeous game out of Foot. Vitality giving him a much stronger fight in this second map, but once again, Foot, I think Kiwi leading the charge at a captain. So many clutch rounds from him as well.
For me, it just comes down to that big theme that we use at the end of the map 1, and confidence. Foot playing with confidence. They just looked unbothered. It didn't matter what Vitality were doing. If nothing else, Vitality, I appreciate the slow, more calculated gameplay. But sometimes it's about saying, go, now's the time to go and hit hard, and sometimes when it really mattered, they just didn't pull the trigger.
I mean, ultimately, I think Foot showed us a lot of fantastic stuff. We still saw the clutch factor from a couple of players. We saw multiple times, like, the late re-aggresses on their defense. I absolutely loved. They had a couple of great looks over towards A that just sort of shut down the attack in its tracks from Vitality. And then when it came over to that attacking side, it did not seem like there was much of an answer in terms of the C hit, catching out the breach when they moved over towards B as well. Just caught Vitality a little bit lacking in that second map.
What are reflections here of some of these highlights from those 2 maps play out as well, but it has just been one of those that you look at and think coming into the day, Vitality, you know, top 4, top 5 team, everyone expects them to make playoffs here at a spot where now Foot, a team that's really punching up from the bottom, are saying, hey, here's something for us to fight for. This is a team that back in December were losing a couple of tier 3 events and many kind of wrote off coming into, you know, lock-in, even here into VCT EMEA. But I think from what we've seen today and somewhat from last week as well, there's a lot of promise in this Turkish team.
Yeah, I really like the way Foot played, especially on Lotus Head. They were dodging all the aggressive attempts that Vitality made their way during Foot's attack. Just completely abandoning whatever side Vitality are moving towards, hitting the other very quickly. They're very good at adapting on the fly. I think we saw that again. They play fairly slow attacks at times, but the second they get the information they need, they can pivot into a play right on a dime.
This is what I mean. It's 0 to 100, whereas from Vitality, I think we only saw that in 2 or 3 rounds across the first 2 maps that we saw in the series. It wasn't always decisive. It didn't say sometimes, right, okay, boys, we've played it nice and slow. Let's go now. We've managed to bait utility over here. Let's go and make our plays happen. It simply didn't come to be. But reflecting on the 5 players themselves, you know, I know Cracks had a quiet map there as well. I think he ended on, what, 8 and 16 I could see on the screen. First map, he was absolutely fantastic. 0 complaints on that front. But it feels like every single player on this team has had big rounds. They've had multi-kills. They've really shone. it's a team effort, even though it's been built on a lot of these hero plays and aggressive moments.
Yeah, I think big standouts for me today. I think Ada Captain had a couple of just ridiculous rounds. Moj as well, side to side. Kiwi also showing up. It's hard to choose, if I had to say, who did the best on this one. But all in all, like, the crazy thing was, even thinking back to the 13-4 win on Lotus, is I think Vitality actually played a pretty smart game.
Yeah.
It was literally just Foot out shooting them. And not just across the board, like each round was a different player that was carrying through.
We pointed out 2 or 3 rounds where that happened, right? Even when it felt like Vitality were one step ahead, game was on the other foot. And I'll leave that with you for the night. After our break, we've got the post-plant with Mr. Fallen coming up as well. That was a very nice high kick. Mr. Fallen coming up, that's us all done for today. So we'll catch you guys tomorrow, but stick around for post-plant with Fallen and the rest of the gang on the desk.
Oh! Man! ¡Gol! ¡Gol! Adam! Ne yapıyorsun lan adam?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Showers, yes, the second. Oh my gosh! This one's spooky. Wait! And he delivers.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
And welcome to the post-plant, our post-show here at VCT EMEA, where we add another plant. I'm hearing might be every day, might be every week, because I think there's going to be a lot of plants here at the end of the regular season. I'm joined by Mr. Farland. Congratulations on the 2-0. Just before we dive into some of the more specific gameplays and replays, why did it look so flashy and so exciting? I mean, you guys had a total of 21 multi-kills, either 3Ks or 4Ks. It felt like you had an answer for everything Vitality was throwing at you, which is just a good day.
Yeah, it was a good day because of the last week, we just saw too hard on Team Liquid. I think if it was on our day 2 on Team Liquid, I think it's going to be our TV0 right now probably. But this game, we just know how they play game style. And everyone's aim was on fire right now. We just shoot everyone. That's it.
I mean, definitely played that way. I think we do have a highlight package from Haven that will pull this one up. Lothar, I'll come to you first. What's your gut reactions as you've seen the series play out, and just how fairly controlling Foot were throughout both maps?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually super impressive how you guys were trading, like how the coordination of the attacks was so great that I have almost never seen a player from Foot being alone. Is that something that you guys worked on in this week? Like something that you guys focused on the buddy system to play together?
Well, we are playing like a 1 year, except Attack Captain from our roster, so we know each other so very well. For Attack Captain, he just only knows ourselves because I think we're just playing like 2 months and in the same house. It's going to be a very big difference for the team communication,
Awesome.
Because beforehand, Attack Captain and Mooj were rotating in and out depending on maps. Now, as I understand it, Attack Captain's in the team full time now, so you've fully incorporated him into all of the different maps, not just Lotus and Icebox.
Yes, yeah, that's right, yeah.
I mean, what a day he's had as well. He was looking all fired up. I mean, you are so good on Lotus. I think you're 5-0 now. You've beaten 100 Thieves, Team Liquid, and now Vitality. How do you keep being that good? Because other teams are going to look and try and anti-strat you and stuff. How do you keep on top of your game on this new map?
Well, we are just checking out the strat too for every team, every match. But we just always want to stick our plan every game. Because if they're not understand it's not gonna working, we're just gonna play our game. That's the whole thing for us right now.
Let's talk a little bit about Vitality. What do you make of their performance today? It felt more to me like Foot had an answer to anything they did, but we had maybe higher expectations from them. What do you think?
Well, I had very high expectations for Vitality, as I think everyone had because of their showing the last week, right? But it felt for me that they just literally played into Foot's counter plan, right? So I want to ask, was your plan to be, as a team, more reactive to what was the opponent doing? Did you guys literally were saying oh, we just wait to see what they're planning to do with the pushes and we're gonna punish them? We're gonna just wait for their pushes?
Well, maybe 3 months ago that was true, but we just improve ourselves from Brazil right now. It depends on the match and depends on the team.
Okay. Can you say anything about this particular match that we just saw against Vitality? Anything that you guys counted to some detail?
Well, we just know what are they doing on Lotus. That's why we win, because we know if they're pushing some 3A, they're always rotating the other side. We just know that, and we didn't run like the other games. And we just changed that. But in Heaven, we know them. They're always gonna rush C because last week. But they just in the beginning they didn't climb C. They just go A every round, 2 or 3 rounds maybe. And we just, what are they doing? We didn't expect that. They're always watching C, and they're going A right now. And there was a pause in the game, and coach said, guys, they didn't change our day plan. Just rushing as 5 against. Just pick up for C rush again, and that pause just. Oh, we get flashed because they're gonna come C again. And while they're rushing somewhere, they always do the same thing. Stun is coming same location, Paranoia coming same location. If you know that very well, you can just defend it. Yeah.
We shut down a lot of Sender's lurks as well. He was trying to sneak around, going to flank, and either you or Ada Captain was just sat effectively waiting for him. Hey, just shoot him down, take him down.
Because we know that.
Yeah, it's just, it felt that they couldn't get an in no matter what. And Twiston as well. It felt like you really shut him down individually as well. That he would maybe get a kill on one of you, but you trade instantly.
Yeah. I think he was in bad today right now, maybe.
Okay.
But we just know them. If they're coming C, we can just come and TVC right now, and all of the same plans on the rotations. We're just gonna make it simple, so we can everyone just crossfire each other and kill one. So nobody dies alone.
You make it sound so simple. You make it sound so simple. I think it's also fair to call out the fact that Vitality just simply weren't hitting the shots, weren't necessarily finding those kills. We saw such a stark difference in terms of individual performances. I do want to turn to a couple of like specific rounds from the game though.
Okay.
So let's pull up one. First of all, take a look at Moj, how he performed throughout the course of the game, and then take a look at, I think it was round 11 from that Haven performance. And what I'd love to ask you to do, Mr. Fallen, is just talk us through some of the ideas, some of the things. You can focus on how Vitality are playing it, maybe what the response is going to be. And I think this round will actually be from Moj's perspective. So let's pull that replay up, and then once we get that one up, then we can break this one down. Exactly.
I just remembered what this was as well. Like, speaking of having a read on what they were doing, this nanoswarm. What was your perspective? Yeah, because he just pops a nanoswarm, catches Malsey on 5 HP. This is what it looked like to us. I don't know what it was like for you guys, but
we just called him, "Are you a hacker? How do you know he's there?" But he just, I'm just gonna pop up my molly. And he pop up. Nobody knows why. He just did it.
I mean, it was literally like
everyone just saying, "Are you a hacker?"
Yeah, comedic timing was
perfect.
Yeah.
Everybody in the Coliseum burst out laughing. Literally everybody burst out. Okay, a little bit more seriously now. We're going to turn to round 18. This is going to be a little bit more of a full length of the round. And let's talk about what was happening in the post plant specifically. That was pretty interesting from my perspective. So kick this one off, take a look. Foot in the 3v5, and Vitality now looks to take the side.
Okay. What can you tell us about this round from your perspective?
I just didn't know this round right now. Let me watch it. Okay, it's 2 versus 4 right now. Oh yeah, this round, Kiwi just wanted to set because that's 4 versus 2. I'm just gonna try on CT right now, but he didn't ask for flashes. If he might ask for flashes, the two guys wanna stick together on maybe flashes on 2C side, but they didn't work very well. I think if they just planned, I don't know, just play 2 together maybe, they might win the round, but because they look so aggressive. And at the team Vitality always just pick 1 by 1. They might catch him, but it was unlucky for them.
Didn't work out that way. All right, that wraps up the series. I want to move us forward to one more brief discussion before we close out the day. Earlier, we weren't able to take a look at some of the agent pick rates, both from our region as well as internationally. So I want to bring that back up. I'm going to ask Lothar to explain this graphic. And then once we take a look at some of the numbers, Mr. Fallen, maybe you can chime in on your perspective on the agent priorities and what we are seeing here in Europe versus other regions.
So on this graphic, you will see agent pick rate from our region. That's the white color bar, right? And the green color bar is coming from NA. So we're gonna compare like 2 regions because it seems like there are some similarities, but there's also very stark contrast. In EU, I was anticipating way more killjoy peaks, right? You know, like on Fracture, for example, killjoys are so strong, but yet on Fracture we have seen so many ciphers in our region. And as you can see in NA, ciphers almost not picked at all, while this sky is just literally skyrocketing and to the 70% pick rate. So why do you think our regions are so different? What do you think that is?
Well, I think our regions just play like default comps right now, everyone. There is no division split, everyone just plays default comp. So Cougar is doing nothing there. You can't stop Cougar, everyone just rushing. Because of that, probably everyone just picks Cypher to take a Jet Dash, I don't know, maybe Omen TP, you can just catch him. Cypher is a intelligent hero if you play very well. You can just hold side alone, like Nats did on our Ascent game. I think that's why just EU plays so many Cypher game right now. I don't know the other regions.
I have actually a follow-up question, if I may interrupt. Gecko, something that you guys chose for the first time,
yeah,
right?
nobody wants.
You were saying about default comps and then you pull out the Gecko on Haven. I don't think anybody's done that yet.
Yeah, but if you just, I don't know, lose 1 game, we always change something. In Heaven, we was playing Sova earlier, but we just said, why we not try Gecko? His ulti is so perfect. If you can catch key, we just catch 2 guys on CT right now on post plant. It's a very difficult comp to play because you have no initiative, no Sova, no Fate, so you have to rush somewhere. But if you play very well them against, like using his flashes like a Sova Arrow or Fate reveal, you can use that way too, yeah. That's why we choose it.
Were you still happy with the performance? Because I think Hurax wasn't. There was a couple of rounds where you saw like the ultimate being used, for example, on attack and stuff. But I think defensive side, I think you mentioned it in the pre-show. Like we didn't really see all that much in particular that was super standout? Are you still like happy with how it performed? Was it to expectation?
Well, on practice he was doing really good. I don't know what happens on the match, but he just said if I just getting in the game, it's gonna be so easy. So I would just everyone just hyped him. It's okay, you're just doing very well. You're a supportive hero. That's not a matter. You don't have to kill.
Yeah, I mean,
knows if you're gonna play it again.
Yeah,
he was two frags in 10 deaths in one moment.
Yeah,
he on camera he looked pretty beat, but then he was instrumental to winning you the game because in round 22 and 23 you have taken a double the control with the wingman twice in a row, and then follow up aftershock to clear window, and you just got C for free like twice in a row to finish up the match. So that's where the value from Gecko was shown. Actually.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah.
So
crucially,
overall, you're happy.
It also cut the Vitality momentum towards the end of that one, right?
True.
Listen, we do want to move on to wrapping up the show. We'll hopefully see a little bit more from the new comps and new approaches to the game. Let's take a look at the standings right now as they are after the first series here in week 2. So Foot 2-1, and then everyone else still to play. Vitality will drop. That's their first series. I do want to move on to the schedule in just a second for tomorrow and ask Mr. Fallen what his expectations are for both of those series. Also, how much can we take last week's results and performances to measure how good teams actually are?
Yeah?
Yes, well, everyone, right? So, like, for example, whenever we have the first week of games in any esport, you always make those bold statements, right? So, Vitality picking up those wins, great, they're going to win everything. But now, a little bit of a shock, the way they played today, surprising. So, the performance you're seeing from teams on stage, does it match how you see them in scrims and practices and, you know, from everywhere else?
Well, I don't know, it depends, but I think no one cares about the last week probably because it's very difficult. Everyone just wins so much, you know. Like BBL and Fnatic, BBL was almost winning the game and they played very well, and nobody expected probably because Fnatic is the PVL champions, so they play very good. I think just people just I don't know, don't underestimate the other teams, you know, like BBL, Carmen Corp, or Heretics, or us, I don't know. There are so many underdogs in EMEA right now.
I mean, for you as well, like going back a year, you just signed to like FUT Esports around a year ago.
Yeah.
You were playing in like the VCL. You won the whole of VCL, beating Vitality actually in that best of 5.
It's
like,
double right now.
Yeah. And you know, you've just got back from Sao Paulo. You're now beating Vitality. You're now doing well in the league. That's a hell of a year for you personally, right?
Yeah, it is actually, and we are so happy right now for that.
Yeah,
I mean, give you an opportunity. Give you an opportunity. Do you want to say a message to any of the fans or anybody that maybe will become FUT supporters after the performance?
Can I say in Turkish?
Of course, yes. Please.
It's gonna be difficult in English.
Of course, yes.
Okay,
go
thank
for
you.
it.
Öncelikle geçen haftaki Team Liquid mağlubiyeti bence bizim için biraz kötüydü. Bence elimizde verdik. Ama bence bu hafta bir önceki haftanın şeyini kapatmış olduğumuzu düşünüyorum. Bence 2-0 iyi yendik. Önümüzdeki haftalarda da bu oyunu oynarsak ben playoff hatta gerekirse Tokyo'ya gideceğimize inanıyorum. Sadece desteklemeyi unutmayın. Seviliyorsunuz.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once more. That does it from us here today. On behalf of Lothar, as well as Ryan, myself, the entire broadcast team, we'll see you tomorrow for more VCT EMEA action. Good night. That was awesome. That was absolutely awesome. Thank you.